Welcome to the IPF World Classic and Equipped Masters Powerlifting Championships. We are live from St. John's, Newfoundland in Canada, and we would like to thank our presenting partners, Eleika, who make the best platform equipment in the world, most of which you will see on the platform today, the bar, the plates, the combo rack and everything, and also SBD, manufacturers of apparel that is relied upon by strength athletes around the world. My name's Joe Whiteley. It is my delight to be joined here in the commentary booth today by Rob King.
Hello everyone and welcome.
And we have the M2 ladies for you today, the classic ladies, the heavier weight classes. So we are starting with we're going to run as two groups, the 63s, 69s and 84 plus. And then in the second flight, the 76 and 84s. We are already underway, and that was Michelle Carlasio, USA, for 55 kilos.
It's an easy opening attempt there for her, and we've got a very packed session, which is going to be a lot of fun, a lot of strong women lifting here. Joe, it's a pleasure to meet you and to work with you, and I look forward to having a lot of fun today.
Excellent. Well, this is, I was really determined to get this session on commentary because this is my natural home. This is the group I would usually lift in. I'm lifting equipped this time, but these are my people, so I was
awesome.
I was really keen to
awesome.
get a front seat view.
Same reason I did the 83s earlier, is the same. You know, it's always good to kind of do commentary and watch the class that you're in and see what's going on.
Sure. This is Jessica Yarding from Sweden. She's opening her squat with 95 kilos.
Jessica from Team Sweden. It's good to see such a big showing from Sweden here, coming all the way to Newfoundland, Canada. Let's see how this opening attempt goes for her here.
Nice and deep.
Ooh,
that was tough. You think she was just a little bit loose?
Yeah, maybe a little bit nervous, but thankfully she got 3 whites and she's on the board. We'll see if she can clean it up and improve a little bit for her next attempt.
So I haven't seen Jessica lift before. Oh, she has. She was at she was in Halmstad. So this is not her first rodeo. She's a deadlifter by the look of it. She has a deadlift European record.
Well, she got on the board, which is great to see, especially on first squat. You know, you don't want to miss that one. It throws off the game plan, but she's on the board and got it.
So we have a home nation lifter out next, Tracy Seward, 112.5 on the bar.
I've known Tracy personally for a long time. We have a long history. We'll go back to bodybuilding days before we got into powerlifting.
Okay.
She's a wonderful person, great lifter, being coached by Jeff Butt, so she's in good hands. Let's see how this opening attempt of 112.5 goes for Tracy.
Not super easy, but certainly not in any doubt. She didn't deviate her position at all, came straight up.
Yeah, her squats are the one that was making her the most nervous. I've been following her for a while on Instagram, and it's good to see her get a squat and get the nerves out now, and we'll see what she does for a second.
That's the same for everyone, though.
Yeah,
hey? First squat.
Right.
And you're walking out in front of all the lights, the cameras, and the IPF referees.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's your first meet or your 100th. Those first squats are always, you know.
We have a familiar face here now. We have Louise de Jong, Netherlands. She's in the 69 kilo class. So we have 3 weight classes on the platform altogether. If you look at the graphic that's on your screen at the moment, that top bar will tell you what weight class and age class we're in. They're all M2s, they're all 50 to 59 years old.
It's very cool to see. There's actually, I just did the previous session for the men's 83, 93 M2s, and there's more women. It's like triple the amount of women actually here in this class compared to the last one, which is wonderful to see. It's amazing.
It's brilliant, and that was a superb opening squat for Louise.
Great squat for her.
Yeah. She's the current, she was last year's European champion. She was a silver medalist this year. And we have Florence Lechese from France, French lifter, Italian name. We see her on the international scene a lot. She lifts equipped as well as raw, and she also does bench only. So I've seen a lot of Florence this year, and she's opening her account with the 115.
Let's see how this attempt goes here for Florence.
That was conservative, I would say.
I don't know if she's got depth there or not. Yeah.
The side we were looking at, it looked like it was on the margin.
Yep, cut it just a little bit, 2-1. Yeah, you know, I mean, we get a chance to view things on the slow down replay. It's always a little easier for us to zone in, but the refs are very experienced referees at this level. They're going to call what they see.
And here comes Sharon Holmes. We have the same coach. I know Sharon very well. We've gone to the same internationals quite a bit.
Awesome.
She trains. She comes down to train in my gym with my coach now and again.
Very cool. I love there's so many Brits here, just across the pond from us here in Newfoundland, Canada. And let's see how things go here for Sharon on this opening attempt of 120 kilos.
As you say, she was very nervous about her opening squat.
Yeah, it's... Let's see how this goes for... Yeah, it's one thing when it's an opening squat, but it's another thing when it's an opening squat at the World Championship.
Yeah, I think she's got that.
Yeah, looks good. I think you're right there, Joe. Well done, Sharon. On the board.
And relief coming off her in waves. That was a great opener.
Good to see her get on the board. I'm sure you feel a little bit of sigh of relief for her as well.
And we have Heather Tagg, another Brit, coming out next for 125. Heather's in the 69s. I think she won her class last year. Yeah, so she's the incoming world champion.
Awesome. Let's see how things go here for Heather. 125 on the bar, 2 red collar, always a pretty number. Pretty. Let's see how things go here for her. Taking her time.
Depth looks good.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's going to be a good lift. We'll see what the referees say here. Well done. 3 whites on the board.
It's always difficult to call from the front camera view, but we have a decent view to the side of the squat here.
For anybody listening, basically Joe and I are kind of like over on the edge of the competition, pretty far away, but we have a pretty good vantage point as well. We're lucky enough to have a couple of monitors here that we can look at, so we've got a good view of everything. Next up we have Holly Lasante from Team Canada, 127.5 on the bar.
So she is nominated in first place. That'll be just in, I think.
Interesting squat style. She seems to lean forward a fair bit, but 3 whites, on the board.
And that's what matters. You get no points for style in this game.
Everybody has their own squatting and lifting style and technique. It's finding what works for you, and she's a very experienced lifter, so well done, Holly.
Next out, we have Roberta Carlson, USA. She's opening her account with 127.5. We haven't seen her on the international platform since Helsingborg 2019. So we don't really have a sense of where she is.
So we'll get a little feel of her attempts here now as things go. Big breath, drops it in. Depth looks good. Oh boy, that's
Now once she started moving, she handled the weight very well.
Right from the front.
Yeah.
Well done.
But we might see a second one move much easier. That might have just been a little mistake due to nerves.
Yeah.
Because that was a worrying moment.
She's breathing a sigh of relief walking off the platform there for sure.
We have Terry Redmore out next. Excuse me. I think this is her first international. I'm not really familiar with Terry. But she's opening with 127.5 in the 69 kilo class.
Another Brit, a great showing for Team Great Britain. You guys have a lot of lifters, and we're only kind of just still getting started with the whole week of competing.
Well, especially the M2 women. We've been winning the M2 Women's Award for quite a few competitions now. Yeah.
Wow. Beautiful squat. Well done, Terry. And for anybody who may be a little bit new to powerlifting, and especially at the World Championship level, there is the individual medals, the individual placings, but there's also the team placings. And that's what Joe was just referencing to there. So every time that you basically place, you're going to get points, and points are going to contribute to the overall placing of the team.
Next out we have Wanda Lewis.
Wanda's a hometown favorite here. She's from St. John's, Newfoundland. I've known Wanda for many years.
Okay.
Yeah, basically she started training at my gym many years ago. She's a great person, strong lifter.
I think I lifted against her in Salo in Finland.
I was there, yeah. That was her first World Championships as well, I believe, yeah. I think she had some type of injury, I'm not sure, but I believe she had an injury along the way and had to come back from that, so it's great to see Wanda getting back on the platform and competing on the world stage here in her hometown. Nice controlled squat. Depth look good. Joe, what do you think?
I think that's good. I do. I don't like to anticipate the referees because they often see something that we don't see. They are best placed, and we have the 3 referees that are arranged around the platform. We have our one view. Nevertheless, that looked like a good lift to me, and the referees agreed.
Well done, Wanda. Opening attempt on the board.
Next lifter out is a Kiwi, Ali Cosner from New Zealand.
A bit of a long flight for the Kiwis to get here, coming all the way to Canada, and then with the Commonwealth Championships being there in a couple of months, it's going to be a long travel for any of the Canadians that are going there.
Absolutely. And we might have only had a little hop across the pond, but because we had to go all the way around, our journeys was about 26 hours, but I believe from Australia and New Zealand, it's been upwards of 30 hours travelling to get here, which is really tough.
Yeah, it's exhausting. I remember when you messaged me in Montreal, you were feeling pretty rough. Yeah. Let's see how this attempt here goes for Ali.
No, I was just speaking to Ali in warm-up, and this is her first World Championship.
Excellent.
This is her first international squat for the IPF.
Woohoo! And she did great. Looked like a good attempt.
And she's on the board. That's fantastic.
And going by your name on Instagram, the stone face, you can see a lot of the lifters coming out, and you know they're all nervous. You know that they've got, they've probably got the butterflies, but to step on the platform and kind of like have that, you know, stoic face and stuff like that. But congrats to her getting her first World Championship squat on the board.
So here comes Karen Barry, very well-known lifter in the European scene. She was head-to-head with Heather Tagg, and it came down to the final deadlift at the World Championships last year. So let's see how it goes this time.
Squatting in flats. Let's see how things go here. 135 on the bar.
Well, I should think they go pretty well. She has the world record.
Yeah, so she knows what she's doing. And hey, you know, like it's one thing when you're if you are a world champion, but if you've got a world record, well, you know, you're probably Well done.
Now, here we go for the battle in the super heavyweight women. This is my class. This is what I'm excited about.
This is going to be great to see.
This is Lily Jackson. This is her first international. We were on the same flight over here, by the way. We were initially, in 2020, we were both nominated for the World Championships, which then didn't happen. So we've been chatting on Instagram ever since. And she is a lovely person, massive bencher. And she's up against my other good friend Barbara Clarkson, the Dutch lifter. So I'm, you know,
been a good
really
friendly competition going on. Yeah. You want her to do well, but you also want your team to do well. You know.
So here's Lily Jackson for 172.5.
Yeah.
That looked good.
Yeah.
That's
moved
a nice
that
squat.
Well. Definitely. Beautiful squat. Well done, Lillian.
She's on the board.
Looked pretty calm and composed out there. Yeah, beautiful squat.
Very good.
Yeah.
Now here's Barbara. Barbara is a big squatter. This is a light opener for Barbara, so maybe she's just looking for a bit of confidence. Barbara's squatted more than 190 in competition. She beat me last year in Halmstad. I pulled for the win to get past her, and I just didn't have it. She was the stronger lifter on the day.
Every day, every competition's always a little bit different, hey? Some days...
Absolutely.
So let's see how this goes for Barbara Klassen from Netherlands, 172.5. She might be just opening a little light just to kind of like get one on the board, get a feel.
She looks a bit uncomfortable though.
Yeah. We'll see now once that settles how it goes.
She's a great squatter. She's got a really good...
A little sticky in the middle, but still look good. Good adjustments on the walkout and takeout.
A little bit wobbly.
Yeah.
But certainly she's really well set up with her leverage for squat. It's her best lift, so we'll expect to see her take a decent jump now.
Sometimes too, you know, you go a little heavier and things actually feel a little better. So we'll see sometimes now how things go and what she does in her second attempt. We're back now to the top of the order, back to Michelle Carlasio. I apologize if I'm saying that wrong.
It's Michelle Carlasio.
Carlasio, thank you.
USA, and she's asked for 62.5 for a second attempt.
Fist bumping area in there. Breaking that bar down, getting loaded.
62.5 kilos, Michelle Carlasio, USA.
And she's only been competing for 4 years, so she's pretty new to the sport overall. I mean, as a Masters 2 lifter, 4 years in the sport, is still pretty young, so she's got a lot of time ahead of her. Let's see how this second attempt goes at 62.5 for Michelle.
Easy.
Yeah.
Easy.
She'll probably take a good jump now in her third.
Yeah, that looked very comfortable. That looked more like an opener to me.
Yeah, that's pretty. Looks like she could have done a set with it. Gets it anyway.
Next out, we have Jessica Yarding, Sweden, for 102.5. Taking a 7.5 kilo jump.
She's been competing for 5 years. Squat PB of 107.5. Is that what I'm saying here? Yeah. So a little lighter here today. Let's see how this one goes for her. 7.5 up from her open.
She's quite leant forward.
Yeah, big lean.
I think she was lucky to get the command there. But that was the same again, wasn't it? She had difficulty coming up through the bottom part of the squat.
Yeah, and sometimes when we see a lifter and we see what, and then they come out and do it again. Well, that's their lifting style. Sometimes not everybody is speedy, and some people are a little more grindy. So it's knowing the lifter and the lifting style. But that was a good lift for her.
Next up, Tracy Seward. She's looking for 117.5. Sitting in third place right now.
I believe Tracy is from Stephenville, which is on the other side of Newfoundland. It's about an 8-hour drive here from St. John's on the west coast. So she's probably came in here a few days ago, and long travel for her driving.
Yeah, we talk about the Canadian team having the hometown advantage, but of course Canada's such a huge place.
Yeah, right, you know.
Now I'm not certain about the depth.
Yeah, I mean travel there's always going to be lag. Some people more than others, but
good lift for Tracy.
Yeah, well done, Tracy. She's definitely she was nervous about the squats, I believe, but she's looking really good there. She's doing a great job. 2 for 2 so far.
Now we have Florence. She does not have a lift on the board yet.
And she jumped up 2.5.
And she's gone up. And I wonder if this is to keep her place in the competition, to stay in touch. She's an experienced lifter.
Let's see how this one goes here now for Florence.
She wasn't far off, I think.
I don't. That's still pretty close, Joe.
I'm not certain.
I mean, again, maybe she knows something that we don't, but to go 2.5 more on your open when it's close to depth, always, finish heavier than you start, but so that might be a mistake. Hopefully she can pick it up in her third and drop it down a bit,
The weight wasn't an issue. She moved the weight well, so I would expect to see her put the same one in for the next one.
Yep.
And there's Louise de Jong, Netherlands. Quite a big Dutch team here. And she's gone up 7.5. This is 120.
Let's see how this one goes here for Louise. Good setup, strong walkout, looking confident there. Oh, no question on depth there, I don't think. Yeah,
looked like a good lift to me.
Yeah, 3 whites across the board. Well done, Louise. See on the replay here. Really nice squat. Almost probably a little too deep, but hey, better. Yeah, no, it's great rebound, great bounce on the holder. Next up, we have Sharon Holmes from Great Britain. At 5 kilo more than opening attempt, 125 on the bar.
I think she's got a good chance of taking a few medals today. She needs to keep her nerve and keep on adding kilos to the bar. She's been sent out there by Martin Bass, the Classic Masters team manager, so she is in good hands. 125 on the bar for Shaz Holmes.
So the coach got his hands full today with all the Brits lifting.
I think we've got a few people on the coaching team.
A strong coaching team for sure there. Let's see how this lift goes now for Sharon. Yeah. Woo!
She roars herself to the top there.
Yeah, a little hard, but got it. She'll probably go 2.5 more on her next one, and we'll see what she puts in, but that's a good lift. 3 white lights. bar got a little away from her a little bit, but she stuck with it, and that little growl face, well done.
She does most of her training on her own in her conservatory. Here's Heather Tagg. She's gone up 5'2", 130. She's the defending world champion.
A smooth setup there. The place got quiet all of a sudden. Let's see what's going on here. Nice, slow, deep, controlled squat. Yeah, very smooth.
Very good.
Again, you know, everybody's got their own lifting style, and she's a slow, controlled lifter, but found her depth and made it look good. 3 white lights. Joe, how are you enjoying Newfoundland so far? Have you gotten over your jet lag and your fatigue yet? Or?
Well, we're only 3.5 hours difference, so I think, although it feels like jet lag, I think I was just tired. We had a little walk in the sun around the harbour this morning.
Oh, it's nice, eh?
Yeah. So here we have, and I'm sorry, that isn't Heather Tagg. That is
Holly
Holly
Lasante.
Lasante. For 132.5. Really confident pop out of the racks there.
Leans forward a lot in her squat, but depth looked good in the last one. Yeah. It's crazy, hey? She almost like folds over in the bottom, but that's how she squats, and let's see what the referees say.
I would not like to see her.
I mean, you know,
I know exactly what that yellow's for. I can see Joanne Frost in the centre, and I can see her motioning to the jury now. At the top, she went up and down.
Yeah. I think Joanne's doing her testing, I believe, here as well. So
she's doing a cat one.
Yeah, so I was talking to her out back, so she's going to do great. So as soon as she made that call, she looked over to the jury and told them. And, you know, as a referee, you call what you see, right?
Absolutely. So here's Roberta Carlson, USA. Opened with 127.5, gone up to 132.5, which will move her into the squat silver with another round of squats still to go.
Let's see how this one goes here for Roberta. Yeah, good composure there. I think it's going to be a good lift.
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking a second ago about Joanne doing her testing. You know, the referees here at this meet, Joe, you don't get to hop in that chair very easily. You have to pay your dues and have a lot of experience. And
absolutely, in most countries, you would be a regional referee, and you would progress to be a national referee, and then you come to the IPF and you do your blue tie, your Cat 2, and then a period of time has to elapse, and it's quite a rigorous exam to get your Cat 1.
Yep.
We've got Wanda Lewis on the platform right now for a 135.
Last one looked good. 5 kilo jump up for a second.
So we've got a little bit of a split in the super heavyweights. We've got 2 at the top that are quite close, and 2 a bit lower down that are quite close. Wanda is battling with Ali Cosner, the Kiwi.
Depth looked good there for Wanda. Well done. She's coached by Tom Keane at Iron Body Works. She's in good hands from coaching, and then Team Canada coach Garrett in command today, so he's going to be working with her, and she's in good hands with her team.
Garrett's been a busy man so far this week.
Yeah, he's very busy. I think he said that Team Canada has 80 lifters, I believe, across 80 plus.
Well, I've said this before on the stream. It's a really good opportunity when the World Championships comes to your home nation, to people that wouldn't otherwise travel, get to have a go to lift internationally.
Definitely.
Now this is Terry Redmore. I've not seen her lift internationally before, but she's been around for a few years now, working her way up.
Nice brace, good depth. That's just a nice overall quality
nice
squat. Yeah.
And that moves her up to
gold
medal position in the 69s.
Just smooth across, you know, like she is in full control of the lift, every aspect of the lift. She doesn't let anything get away from her.
Now here comes Ali Cosner for 140 to retake that place from Wanda. So just a reminder, these are all the M2 ladies. We're in the first flight, which is 63s, 69s and 84 plus. The 76 and 84s will be in flight 2.
Yeah, it's going to be a busy session for us and for the spotters and loaders and everybody here, but so far everything is going fantastic and smooth, and the ladies are doing a wonderful job.
And you can see on the right hand side there, Rhea Stin.
Arguably
one of the best benches in the IPF. And I would say
world champion, world games champion, world record holder in the bench. You know, just...
That was a great squat for Ali Cosner. She has moved back up to the bronze medal position in squat. So she'll have a nice little battle with Wanda for that in the third round. And next out, Karen Barry. So Karen's world record in this category is 150. I expect if this moves well, she will try and chip that or exceed it for her third. But I'm not going to give her a world record before she's done the second.
The first one was kind of, you know, look good, but we'll see now if this one looks better, and then we'll see where she goes from here. But I always want to kind of focus on the bar, the lift that's in front of you. So let's see how this goes for Karen.
And that's important for a lifter too. If you're thinking about what your third lift is going to be, you quite often throw away your second.
That's right. That was a very good attempt there from Karen. So you might be right now. She might put that on for a third.
I would be amazed if I don't see at least 150.5.
And judging by that one, you know, there's probably another 5.5 there. So
yeah, I think
we'll see how things go for.
I think so. I think the depth was just in, the very definition of just in.
Yep.
So she needs to be careful not to cut that.
Well, she's got, you know, pretty short little levers and squats and flats, so, you know, just in is probably as deep as she can go sometimes for some lifters. But the lift was good, and if she's, you know, going to go after a world record, well, she knows what she's doing.
So, speaking of short levers, here's Barbara Clarkson. We've been lifting against each other, going backwards and forwards for a few years now. Now, she's opened at the same weight as Lillian Jackson, but she's now gone to 180. And Lily's gone to 182.
Yeah, she looked a little kind of like...
she didn't look comfortable at all.
Yeah. But we'll see now how this one goes for her.
But squats her lift.
Depth looked good, stuck with it.
That looks smoother to me.
Just a little wobbly, kind of like on the setup of the walkout, but the squat itself looks great.
She looks happy.
Well done, Barbara.
Enough, So here comes Lillian Jackson. Now, whereas I would say that squat is Barbara's lift, I would say that bench is Lily's lift, but she's still here leading the pack with 182.5, 400 pounds.
You mentioned earlier about, you know, the Eleiko being the sponsor. I mean, we don't know what racks or what equipment some people train with, and sometimes if somebody doesn't train with an Eleiko rack and then they maybe go from a regular rack to an Eleiko, it feels very different. There's definitely a bit of an adjustment period of getting used to that rack. Now, I don't know that. I'm just saying that we don't know what might be going on with her. But either way, she did a great job. Let's see how this one goes now for Lillian.
I think Barb as well does a lot of her training at home.
Yeah, so it's a bit different probably, right? Lillian's last squat looked
easy.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, that, you know.
Good depth as well.
Looked like an opener.
In the supers, it's often hard to
without
get all the way to the bottom, but Lily's nailing that. And do you know what? I was kind of thinking that the way this would go in the supers was that Barbara would lead the way in the squat, and then it would come back a little bit on the bench. But Lily's absolutely smashing it. She's in the lead already. And we are through to the third round of squat already. And we have Michelle Calacio coming out for her third attempt, and that's 70 kilos. You said it, her second moved well. She might take a decent jump.
And a quick shout out to the spotters and loaders. They are doing a fantastic job out there. The bars being changed and loaded very quickly. They're doing a wonderful job. Keeps the meat moving fast.
Taylor Hood back spotting there, and she's lifting at the end of the swing.
Vicky wears many hats in powerlifting. She does so much here for NLPA and CPU. Let's see how this one goes now for Michelle. Yeah, I mean that looked like an opening attempt. You know, it looked like a warm up still. But she's very happy with that, which is wonderful to see. I was saying about Vicky, she's always working hard. I mean, I've known Vicky for many years, and she does so much for the sport in general. And then, like you said, she's lifting later on this week for her first Equipped World Championship.
Yeah.
And, you know, she's fallen in love with training in gear, so it's great to see, and I know she's going to have a great day.
It is. I lifted alongside her, not in the same class, but I lifted alongside her at Helsingborg, so I remember her from there. And here's Jessica Yarding, Sweden. She's gone up 5 to 107.5. She's just outside the squat medals. This won't get her up to a podium place.
I'm guessing with her levers and her body length and arm length and stuff, she might have a strong conventional pull. So squats are always a little difficult for some of the taller lifters. Like you're saying about her leaning forward posture. But she looked good there. Death looked good.
I'm not sure if the bar dipped.
Yeah. I think she got it. Let's see what the referees say. Hey, 3 whites? Yeah.
But she had that little hesitation just out of the hole every time.
So Joe, real quick, with what's the rule when somebody comes up with that? The bar is not allowed to come down, correct? It's allowed to stall.
That's right, but the rule actually says, I've seen, like earlier she got a red light for dipping at the top. The rule actually says the bar cannot go down on the ascent of the squat.
All right, Florence coming up. She jumped again, Joe. She jumped again, 2.5 more. So
I would not have done
yeah,
this.
it's an interesting call. I mean, maybe she's just going to go out on her shield, as they say, and.
But she's a great lifter. She can do it and she can handle the weight. This is Florence Lecheze from France, and she is.
The crowd is going crazy here. Oh, there you go.
Better.
Oh!
That is such a shame.
Oh.
But you do see this sometimes when lifters struggle for depth. They go so deep on the third, and it doesn't come up.
Yeah, she definitely stuck with it there. Depth looked good and then she got it, but just.
I wonder if, I didn't see her until today, so I wonder if she's just arrived. A lot of the lifters are finding the journey has been really hard.
Well, that's going to open things up a lot for a lot of the lifters that she was competing against.
It really is. So we have Tracy Seawood on the platform at the minute. She's looking for 122.5.
Let's go, Tracy. And we hate to see somebody bomb anytime, especially at the World Championships. But, she can still medal in the bench press and deadlift. Just can't get a total.
So that is a good lift for Tracy. And, I think, that got her the squat bronze.
Yeah, that's exactly, yep. So sadly, a mistake for somebody is an opportunity for somebody else.
Absolutely.
And Tracy is going to be very happy with that.
We are into the 69s now, and here is Louise de Jong for 125. She's looked very comfortable so far.
Good attempts, taken 7.5 from her first to second, 5 from her second to third. So let's see how this one goes here for Louise. She's got double racks in on that Eleiko.
I'm just thinking about Florence as well. I haven't seen, there isn't a massive French team here.
No.
I wonder if they don't have their usual coaches.
Probably. I mean, there's so many things that can go wrong. It's sad to see that happen to her.
But here's Louise.
Grindy, but sticks with it.
A little bit of work to do through the sticking point.
And Joe, I'm sure you have experience with this as well. I mean, nobody wants to bomb. Nobody wants to have that happen. But the good lifters, when things go wrong, hopefully they learn from it and come back better.
Well, Florence lifts equipped as well.
Yeah,
so all equipped lifters know it's coming eventually. I lifted at the Arnold a couple of weeks ago, and I failed my first two.
Yes.
So
I was watching you.
But here we
doing my homework.
Here we have Shaz Holmes, 127.5.
That's one of the fun things about equipped, though. Hey, is that things can go wrong and then they can go right. Let's see how this lift goes here for Sharon. 127.5.
So she has done 140 in competition. She did 130 at the British Masters. So this is a little bit down on what she would normally be looking for.
The last one was a little grindy, but she stuck with it. We'll see here now. Pretty similar to her last one, but
I think that was the perfect third attempt. I think that was spot on the money.
Yeah, 130 would have been too much. It's perfect for her, right?
Silver medal in squat for Sharon Holmes.
Excellent. Congrats, Sharon. You love that face. Holly with some good lifting so far. 7.5 up on her second. Only 2.5 now on her third. She's a little grindy and leans forward in the squat, but she's looking very strong today.
She's already got the gold on squat.
Yeah, I mean, well done.
So that gives her
same referee called, the same one, that's,
So that gives her the lead going into the rest of the competition.
Yeah, you can see at the top when she comes up with this power that the bar does bobble a little bit at the top, but it's probably not so much an up and down as it is just the movement of the bar. But hey,
I think that red was for depth.
Was that what it called?
Yeah.
I thought it was yellow.
No, it was a red.
Was it red?
It was a red
Okay.
card, that one. So we have red lights for failed lifts and white lights for good lift, but we also have the coloured card failures in the IPF, and the red card in squat is always for depth.
which is the one you see the most often for sure.
Yeah.
Let's see how this goes now for Roberta Carlson from Team USA. 135 on the bar, 2.5 up from her second. I think she caught that one a little bit.
I think she did.
Yeah.
And the referees agree. So she's currently has the squat bronze in her pocket. However, Heather Tagg. Heather Tagg will come past and take it from her if she's successful with this lift.
Heather's squats have been looking good so far. Very smooth and calm.
And she's a
lifter.
big deadlifter. The deadlifter always has the power, so
Yeah.
she's just going to be looking to put together the biggest subtotal she can and then pull for the win.
Slow control. Yeah, just like her last one.
Depth
Finds
is
her
good.
depth, sticks with it. I mean, that's a smooth squat.
Yeah, that's
Well done,
nice.
Heather.
And that's the bronze medal for Heather Tagg.
She's very happy with that. It's funny how you see a lot of lifters, they're very stoic on the platform, but as soon as they make that lift and they walk off, sometimes that happiness takes over. Well done.
And next out, another Brit, we have Terry Redmore taking the silver medal in squat already, even before she takes this lift in her first international.
Wow. It's one thing, your first international competition is always a big learning experience and an opportunity to get better, but to walk away with a medal or maybe multiple medals at your first Worlds is quite the accomplishment. Let's see how this goes now
And
for
this
Terry.
is also a 5 kilo personal best.
Ah. It's going to be close, but I think good if she can stick with it. Oh, just a
Not
little
quite,
bit too
not
much.
quite.
Good attempt, good attempt.
But she leaves it with the best
Yeah.
of 135. She matched her best on the platform, and she took the squat silver.
All right, we're back to Wanda Lewis now from Team Canada, taking a 7.5 jump. This will put her in medal position on squats, 142.5. Last one looked pretty good, 7.5 jump. We'll see how it goes.
So we have this little battle with
Yeah.
Wanda Lewis and Ali Kosner. They're going backwards and forwards for the squat bronze.
I mean, it is the World Championships. If you can take a shot at a medal placing, take your shot. It's good to place fourth, but if you can get on that podium and get some points for the team and walk away with a medal, you want to take your shot. So let's see how this goes here for Wanda.
So she needs to do her job first, to get past Ali, and then challenge Ali to take it back from her.
Slow, controlled squat.
I think she's cut that.
Yeah, it's going to be close, but she might be in. Joe, what do you think?
I think it was high.
Oh!
Well, from the direction we were looking at,
Yeah.
she got a red
Yep.
light. So, but lifters often sit into one hip or the other, so it's not unusual to see a red from one side, especially if it's quite close.
And my good friend and training partner Alyssa just took a little picture of me and Joe here doing commentary. Like, I don't love the people that are in the powerlifting community. Hey, we have such wonderful people here. It's a great experience.
Ali Kosner now, she's looking for 145 to take that squat bronze back from Wanda Lewis.
Her squats have been looking pretty good so far.
Yeah.
So
I wouldn't bet against this.
yeah, it's only 5 kilos, not too much. Like you said, Wanda did her job. Oh yeah.
Oh, that was very easy, but I'm not certain of depth again. Oh, but it was in. Fantastic.
Hey, well, she's going to be happy with that one.
Yeah, so that's her first international. She's come all this way and she's already got a bronze medal in her hands. Fantastic. And
Fly
I
all
think she
the
had
way
another
through.
5 kilos at least.
Wow. Fly all the way across the world and step on the platform here in St. John's, Newfoundland, Canada, and squat medal. Congratulations. And now, like you said, we got that chip on the bar.
So we did say we were expecting Karen Barry to chip her own world record. When we talk about a chip, it's
The crowd is going crazy
on
here.
a kilo, rather than the usual 2.5 kilo increments. So come on, Karen, you've got this.
We've got a world record attempt here coming up from Karen Barry from Ireland. Let's see how this attempt goes here for her. Chips on the bar.
And that's a very useful chip to take to the rest of the
Yeah.
competition. No, she stood it up. I'm going to wait for
Joe,
the
what do you
referee's decision.
think? Yeah.
And that's a new
And
world
she's
record
so happy,
for Karen
running off the
Barry
stage.
of Ireland.
The crowd's going crazy. Congratulations. Wow.
Okay, now this is interesting to me. This is Barbara Clarkson. I know she's squatted a lot more than this in the past, so I wonder if she's just dealing with some issues. This is a good 10 kilos down from her best, if not more.
Yeah, only 2.5 up from her last attempt, 182.5, 403
And I thought
pounds.
it moved fairly well. I
yeah.
thought it was looked more comfortable than her opener.
And like you said, maybe she's dealing with an injury, maybe there's something bothering her. We don't know what's going on. I mean, every lifter has their own things that they're dealing with, and it definitely doesn't get any easier as we're getting older, but you do the best with what you got. So we'll see how this lift goes for her. It's still going to move her into first place.
With Lillian Jackson still to respond.
And Lillian's squats have been looking very strong.
They have.
Yeah. Ah, that looked good. Like, I mean,
I don't think that looks any different.
yeah,
to the
no,
second,
they've all
really.
looked the same, really, right? Like,
I wonder if this is I'm really not sure what's happening with Barbara at the moment.
that's a great attempt for her. 3 white lights.
So that gets her the squat gold for the moment.
Yeah.
However, here comes Lillian Jackson.
And Lillian's going to pull 7.5 ahead here. And Lillian's squats have been looking really strong this minute. She walking out confident, looking good. She just seems to have a really natural squat style, I mean, some lifters with, I guess, hip anatomy, body structure, whatever. Some lifters just, the squat feels great. Her squat looks like a real natural lift for her.
And she's the loveliest person.
Oh, yeah?
She just
You'll have to
laughs
introduce
the
me.
whole time.
You have to
She's
introduce me.
absolutely lovely.
Please introduce me. I'd love to meet her. Let's see how this one goes. Oh, yeah. Well done.
And that
Big
is the
smile at the
squat
end. Great
gold
to see.
for Lillian Jackson.
The coach is smiling. Well done. 190. She's pretty happy walking off that platform.
Now we go straight into the second flight, and the second flight is the 76 kilo and the 84 kilo class. It's a little bit of an unusual split, but we do that to keep the groups, to make the groups work. And we will be led out. We've got quite a big Spanish team. We're seeing more and more Spanish lifters come through now as the sport is building and growing really quickly in Spain. And we have Marta Esteban Herranz, excuse me, from Spain, and she's going to open with 80 kilos.
She actually came up to me in the outside and introduced herself, and she's like, I follow you on Instagram and everything. I was like, it was such a pleasure to meet you. She's such a nice person.
Okay.
She was so friendly, and like you were saying, it's great to see the Spain team grow. And let's see how her opening attempt of 80 kilos goes here. Slow, controlled descent. Nice little dip at the bottom. Oh,
yeah, very nice.
Well done on the board. Yeah, Joe, like you were saying about Team Spain, it's really cool being a newfie here in our hometown at this competition to see so many different and unique countries coming all the way to Newfoundland to compete. Spain being one of them, and I saw Morocco earlier, and very cool. So for Newfoundland and for Canada, this is a great experience, and we're very grateful to have the IPF Masters Classic and World Championships here.
So next out we have Rita Pernille Broughton from Norway, and she's looking to open with 100 kilos in the 84 kilo class.
Norway's having a pretty strong showing so far since the championships have started.
They have a great history of powerlifting, especially equipped. Oh, looking very strong.
That looks like a backroom warm up there.
Yeah. She's on the board with 100 kilos. I think she definitely doesn't want to be any higher than this, but the strength was great. Next out we have Helen Toomey from Ireland for 110.
Helen from Ireland. And you know, speaking of different countries being here and stuff, we have a pretty good showing so far for Ireland. And one thing about Ireland, I've seen that every other World Championship is as a country and as a team, they bring a lot of energy, and they like to always they're a wild bunch. Ireland and even the Aussies as well are the two that I have found are always, you know.
So Helen's on the board. Squat isn't her favourite lift. She's a deadlifter. She, I think it's been broken since, but she certainly had the deadlift record for a while.
Good lift, 2 to 1. Depth call from the front, but she's got 2 to 1. She'll take it. Next up is Joe. If I say this wrong,
it's Joy Mineo.
110 on the bar.
Another big deadlifter. She had the European record for a while. She's been dabbling with equipped actually. She's not been lifting entirely classic.
Coming over to the dark side. Let's see how this goes here for Joe. Oh, looks like a pretty good attempt.
Yeah.
Well done.
And she's on the board.
Tracy Wise coming up from Team Canada, 120 kilos on the bar. You can see Garrett down there talking her through it. He does a great job coaching. Team Canada is very lucky to have him in charge this week. Let's see how things go here for Tracy. Oh, that's a pretty smooth
that's
job.
Nice opener.
Well done. 3 whites on the board. Let's see where she goes next one. Maybe about 125.
Fast descent and fast back up again. So next out we have Cynthia Line from the USA. She has asked for 125 kilos to open her account.
Setting her belt before she goes on the platform. One of the rules of powerlifting is a technical controller is the last thing you're allowed to adjust when you go out to the platform is your belt. Everything else has to be done before you step on the platform. Let's see how this opening attempt goes here for Cynthia with 125 kilos.
It certainly wasn't in any doubt from a strength perspective. We know her more as a bencher. I think she's done bench internationals before. I think this is her first powerlifting international, and she's on the board with her first squat.
They look good, and again, you know, a little sticky in the middle, but that might just be her squatting style, so we'll see now on her next attempt.
So next out we have Maria Graham from Canada. She's looking for 135. The rack height there is definitely not right.
the rack is going up to this guy here. Literally, Vicky could walk under it and do a pull-up if she wanted to.
There's no way that's right.
Well, let's see what's going on. What? She must be pretty tall. I'm not familiar with Maria, so I don't know.
I spoke to her in the back room, and she's not 7 foot tall. So we're just sorting out the platform, making sure we have the rack at the correct height for the lifter.
There we go. Vicky's on it. Well, it's still pretty high rack height there, so I don't know Maria personally, so we will see how this goes here for her.
Okay, she's tall. But I'm glad they brought the rack height down.
There you go.
Right
yeah, she is tall.
Yeah. So this is 135.
Oh, I do know Maria. I just didn't know the name. I know her very well from all the competitions. Great person. Let's see how this one goes for her now. Oh, yeah.
Very
well
nice.
done, yeah. So a little bit of messing around with the rack heights and stuff like that, but she came out cool and calm. 2 to 1. Well, it go. Yeah.
So this is Kathleen, more commonly known as Kelly Stoikoff.
Long travels for the Aussies to come here, but I'm sure that they are going to have a great time. Let's see how this order goes here now. The attempt goes here. stepping up to the platform. I think they may have her name wrong. Joe has just gone up to the table here now for a second. But we'll see her take this attempt now. 137.5, 303 pounds on the bar. Gets that squat command. Drops it in nice. Cool collected squat. I think that's going to be a good attempt. Let's see what the referee says.
There was a little bit of a wobble on the left knee as she came out to the bottom, but yeah.
Good eyes there, Joe.
Kelly.
Whoa, what was that? Maria?
Yeah, she was overturned on deck. So that was no lift from Maria.
You never liked that as a lifter.
No, I made an assumption that it was on deck, but thinking back to her squat, that would seem surprising. So I didn't actually catch what he said, why it was overturned.
Yeah, I mean the squat depth looked good.
And it was easy, but maybe we missed something like a command or something like that.
As a lifter, you hate to see that happen. It's a bit of a kick in the belly. So hopefully she'll adapt and come back. Go ahead, Joe.
Here we have Georgina Hazel. She is nominated in first. She was she won in Halmstad, so she's the incoming world champion.
Yeah, smooth.
And she's another big deadlifter. She had all the world records in this class in Halmstad. They've been broken since, but it's the mark of the lifter. That if they've sort of collected the squat and the total and the deadlift records, so I'd expect her to see her do really well. However, we have Kelly Gibson-Bateman from USA.
Big squat.
Yeah, who is looking to challenge for that spot. Now I haven't seen her, I know the name, I'm familiar with the lifter, I haven't seen her on the international circuit before.
Yeah, it's a strong opening squat, 142.5. She's looking pretty calm and composed out there. So let's see how things go now for Kelly. Slow squat. Yeah.
Depth for sure.
Yeah, good squat. Smooth. So real quick, Joe, what happens in that situation with Maria's lift when it gets overturned by the jury? Maybe you could explain what happens there quickly.
So she will have already put an attempt in for her next one, but because it's been overturned and the original decision has been changed, they will get the opportunity to change what they do. So if they thought they'd got 140, they put 150 on, and then the 140 is overturned,
right.
You don't want to be coming out for the 150 with nothing on the board.
No, for sure.
So you get the opportunity to say, okay, we'll take that again.
So I would say Maria, Garrett probably put that same attempt in there for her to come back and get on the board, and we'll see.
I would imagine so. Yeah, that is what they've done.
Yeah, I'd like to know what they called her for, but anyway, we'll see what happens when she comes out for her next attempt, and hopefully she'll be able to pull it off. We've got Mia here getting a little excited to come out for her squat at 150.
This is Mia Ernell from Sweden. Very familiar face to anyone who's lifted in the European Masters scene. She also does a lot of social media work for the Swedish Federation.
Nice squat.
And that is a nice 150 kilos. I was just looking around on the stage. She often has a little mascot she brings with her, and she puts it somewhere.
Oh, really?
I can't see it here today, though.
It's probably tucked away somewhere.
So that's a great lift for Mia.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of lifters on squat come out kind of calm, but she came out pretty ampy, and it definitely works for her. So great to see. Now
I'm just looking ahead, and I can see that the world record in this class is 158. So that was a really easy 150.
So she'll probably go 155 next, and then maybe 158 in her third.
I would be surprised if she went 158.
Probably take a shot at it. Yeah. Anybody close to catching her?
And she's gone 160.
So
that is some confidence.
I mean, why not go 160.5?
I mean, it's her own record.
Yeah.
So the 158 is her own.
Is she going to pull away on the total there anyway?
I think.
Because if not, that 0.5 might come in a little handy later on.
But here we have Marta Esteban Herranz from Spain.
Last one looked good. This one looks good as well.
Yeah, 10 kilos up, and she doesn't look much different, really.
Well done, Marta.
Rita Broughton from Norway now for 110.
Nice squat. Goes down, nice slow controlled descent, and then hits the hole with a bit of speed, maximizes that stretch reflex at the bottom, and bounces out. Well done. Rita taking a 10 kg jump from her first. Like you were saying about Team Norway, a very strong lifting team, especially the equipped team. Let's see how this one goes now for Rita. Depth is going to be close. We'll see what
I'm
the...
not certain about the depth, but again, I wasn't certain about the first one.
Hey, you know, we have one of the best seats in the house, but the referees, they have the best seat in the house, and they're calling what they see.
They absolutely do. So that was strong as well. I would say she had another 7.5 or 10 there. And we have Helen Toomey out next for 115. Taking a conservative jump. I think the graphic is running just a little bit behind. That's right. That's Helen Toomey.
Let's see how this one goes here now for Helen. Like I said, only 5 kg jump up from our last one. Last one looked pretty good.
I'm just looking through the projected totals. I know we're a long way.
Grindy. She really squat mornings her lift, but
Helen.
it might be a good lift though, I think.
Yeah, she's got it. But that was tough.
Yeah, she leans forward a lot in her squats, you know, a real squat morning, but sometimes when lifters do that, the hips don't drop. But the side referees gave her the whites on that one, so.
So next out is Joy Minio for 115.
Joy's squatting style is kind of like calm and collected and smooth, so let's see how this 115 attempt goes for her here. Very composed, smooth. Yeah, just.
No, that was a little bit conservative on depth for me.
Yeah. Maybe 120 on her next one.
I think she's right on the edge of getting the squats in.
Yeah, depth's
but
close but good.
Strength's there.
Yeah, you can see there on the replay. It's close but in. We've got the referees basically. We've got one kind of like sitting behind the squat, and then the other side kind of sitting in front. So they're going to get different viewpoints to see depth, but they're calling what they see, and so far. And next up we have Tracy Wise, 130, 10 kilos up from her last attempt. This will move her currently into second place in the squat. Nice squat.
Yeah, that looked great. That looks like she's got room to move up to her third.
Maybe 135 on her next one, we'll see.
So she moves ahead now into second place on squat, but here comes Cynthia Line from USA to take that position back. Cynthia's asked for 130 for her second.
I think you were saying that Cynthia's the one with the strong bench, eh? Is it Cynthia, I believe? Strong bencher?
Yeah, well, I think she's lifted internationally in bench before.
Gotcha. 5 kilos up, so not a big jump. Depth is close, but looking at from here,
I'm not certain.
Yeah, I would say it's good, but I'm. Yeah.
Well, when we say it's close and it's borderline, and you get a 2-to-1 decision, I think that's pretty much correct. So as we say, the lifters aren't symmetrical. They sit quite often sit into one hip a bit deeper than the other, which is why you get 2-to-1 decisions.
So Maria coming back up here now after getting her lift overturned by the jury, so she's going to take 135 again, Joe, like you said.
Unfortunately, we're not quite sure why. So let's see how this goes this time.
This one looks pretty smooth. That's going to be... Let's see what the referees think. It looked like an easy squat for her.
Well, the strength is certainly there. But the depth is not. Now I can see Garrett went to the jury, but he was turned away immediately. The jury have at IPF events, we have a 3-man jury, and they have a monitor on their screen, so they can see what the referees see, but they also see other views as well. So if it's a 2-to-1 decision, the coach can go to the jury to have that questioned, but that I saw them say no, that was high.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Joe, but I believe all 3 of the jury have to agree. You can't have 2 to 1.
With a 3-man jury, it must be agreed if they're going to overturn. With a 5-man jury, it's it can be, the majority vote. But here's Georgina Hazel for 142.5 to move herself up a place in the squat rankings. Quite a narrow stance.
Yeah, a narrow stance, and to get her depth on that with the stance so close, but it works for her. I mean, no question on depth there. Pretty calm.
So interested to see where Georgina goes from there. So next out we have Kelly Stoikov, Australia, for 147.5. This will move her all the way to the top of the table in the 84s.
10 kilos up. It's a bit of a jump, but first one looked pretty good. Let's see how this one goes here for Kathleen. Interesting elbow position with the elbows up high and kind of like the bar position, but let's see how her squat goes here. 147.5. It's going to be a little close. I think she's probably going to get reds on the side, Joe. What do you think?
I'm not. I just watched the front view from there. Yeah, that's not in. So I was watching the front view from there on the monitor, so I'll be interested to see how this looks from the side now.
Can you see for a second what Maria put in for her next one where she missed 2? Is she going to go the same again? Would she jump up?
She's doing the same again.
Yeah, she'd like to get on the board and get a total.
Now here's Kelly Gibson-Bateman for 150. She's already leading the pack in the 84s. This will extend her lead even further. She doesn't have the biggest deadlift, so she's going to be looking to build the biggest subtotal she can to try and hold off against. There are a couple of big deadlifters in this group.
150 on the bar. Let's see how this one goes for Kelly.
And that's what makes powerlifting such an interesting sport.
Just too
People
much.
oh no.
Yeah, like you said, you know, it's powerlifting is 3 events, so you got to maximize your total and get those kilos in the events that you are strong and the lifts that you're strong at. You're not so strong in one, you got to try to maximize it in the other. But we've got an interesting lift coming up here now.
I was just watching the replay back from that spot. I'm not sure if she was just a little bit nervous. I feel like she had the strength for that. But here we have Mia Ernell.
World record attempt coming up.
She's going to put 2 kilos on her own squat record and really stamp her mark onto the competition and set herself out for...
And no chips or nothing. She's just going big, 160. Yeah. Let's see how this goes now for Mia. The crowd is going crazy.
Well in front, but I would still take a chip if it was me.
Yeah, it never works against you.
Deep and strong.
So now with that one, let's see where she goes next. Maybe if she's 163, maybe? Maybe 163?
New world record for Mia Ernell on her second attempt.
Yeah, what a beautiful squat. Well done. I mean, you know, world record on your second attempt.
Yeah, she's really making a mark
aside
today.
from that little sticky point in the middle, the whole squat looked really strong. So let me know what she puts in for her next one, Joe. I'm thinking 163, but I'm clearly not her coach, or nor do I know what her game plan is. But
yeah, and that I wouldn't go much. I wouldn't go any more than 163 if it was me. We have we're through to the 3rd round now, and this is Marta Esteban Herranz for 110. She's gone 165.5. So she has taken the chip. When we talk about chip, that's the half kilo that you can only ask for if it's a world record. And that comes in useful because that half kilo goes onto your total. And it can be very useful if you're in a close battle.
Without a doubt. And she's taking a big jump. Let's see how this one goes here for Marta. Smooth, controlled squat.
I can't understand this really. She went 80, 90, 110.
Yeah, big jump. Unless she was trying to get something for some reason that we don't know. I mean, unless it was
you would usually step to it in a bigger jump for your first.
And her squatting style too, she's really slow and then she dips in the hole really quick, but she was a little more slow and controlled on that one. But maybe she knew something we didn't, but either way, good attempt. Unfortunately, she didn't get it.
Next out we have Rita Broden from Norway. For one, I struggle. I apologise to the Norwegian lifters. I struggle with Norwegian vowels. I've been trying to get better. I spent time in the warm-up room making vowel sounds with Norwegian coaches. But this is Rita Broden from Norway for 117.5.
Her squats so far have looked really good. 7.5
I think
up.
they've been strong, but they've been right on the edge of just in. So And when a lifter starts to feel the heavier weight, they subconsciously cut a little bit. But I think she's deeper there.
Yeah, that's good depth there. I think that's probably the best depth that we've seen so far from her.
I think so, and I think
well done.
Yeah, I think that was a well-judged third attempt.
I mean, you know, close is good either way. She's gotten whites across the board, and she's gotten all 3 of her attempts.
Yeah, no one has to please me. They only have to please the referees.
That's right.
You know?
Yeah.
So we have Helen Toomey now for 120. Her second was tough. Now I don't know whether she made a small technical error or it was just very heavy, but her second one looked rough, and I think I would have only given her another 2.5.
Yeah, interesting jump here. Let's see how things go for Helen.
So if she goes off and says to the coach, "Look, I just messed it up,"
Yep.
then he would have the confidence to give her another 5.
And she can grind through it. Strong back there. I don't know
that was
about
better
depth
than
though.
a second.
Yeah. Yeah.
What a shame.
Again, she leans forward a lot in her squats, and sometimes the appearance is that the hips are going low, where in actuality the upper body moves forward, but the hips don't. But
she'll pull it back on the deadlift.
yeah.
So Joy Mineo now for 120. She's plugging away, building her total.
Very calm, cool, collected lifter. Her squats have been looking smooth so far. Interesting attempts, you know, just smooth 5 jump, 5 jump, 5 jump. So let's see how this 120 goes for Joy. It's a beautiful squat setup and technique. Close, strong squat, but close. We will see what the referees say, Joe. Right.
It's what a good lift.
Yep.
That's 3 for 3, Joy Mineo.
I mean, third attempts, you know, you'll take it 2 to 1 anytime, especially
Absolutely.
on thirds.
I wouldn't even look back to see what that was on my third
Just
squat.
be done with it and move on, right?
So now we have Maria Graham, who is in trouble. She's looked so strong.
Yeah.
So strong. But she's just a little shy of depth.
Let's go here now, Maria. Your squats have looked really strong, just a little bit jumping them a little bit. Take your time here now, and it doesn't matter if you don't come back up, if you don't find your depth, so sink it down.
Better, yeah, I think she's
Well
got it.
done.
I think that's it.
Yeah, I mean, that looked like a great attempt for her. Excellent. Well done.
And
So
she'll
happy
be
to see
going
this.
off now, and
Yeah.
the coach will be saying, "Well, why didn't you just do that?"
Exactly,
the
hey?
first time?" It didn't even slow her down.
No,
much.
it
Yeah.
didn't even look like a hard
So
attempt
that's
for
a
her.
massive relief, especially for a hometown lifter.
Well done, Maria.
So next out we have Tracy Weiss. She's in the 76s. So really, Mia Ernell is looking dominant in this class. But there is quite a tight battle between... she's been sent off the platform. I'm not sure why.
No, I don't know.
Did she have a
either.
thumb loop on?
Oh, maybe. TC didn't catch it, I'm guessing. I didn't see it, Joe. Yeah,
I'm not
maybe
certain.
so, yeah.
But the centre referee
Joe
instructed
saw
her
it,
to
yeah.
leave the
Joanne saw
platform
it, yeah.
and adjust it, so it makes me think it was a wrist
Yeah.
wrap. So this will move her up to silver medal position.
Good squat. Drives through. Well done. Yeah, so like you were saying about the wrist wrap, that's what the referees say. Good lift. So like we were saying earlier, you know, everything has to be done up before you venture out to the platform, except for your belt. Your belt is allowed to be clipped up before you step on the platform. But wrist wraps have to be done up, and the thumb loop is not allowed to be on.
So Tracy Wise just moved ahead of Cynthia Line in squat, but here comes Cynthia to take that place back. It's the same weight, but Cynthia is lighter in body weight. So if two lifters lift the same weight, the lighter body weight takes the advantage.
And she probably had advantage in lot number as well, I'm guessing, to be lifting after, so...
Yeah.
It's going to be close.
I would like to call that.
Oh.
Okay, that's a good lift.
Yep.
And Cynthia Line takes the silver medal, pushes Wise down to bronze. As you say, if two lifters lift the same weight, the lighter body weight takes the advantage. But if two lifters select the same weight,
Yep.
then the lower lot number goes out first. The lot numbers are given out at random at weigh-in.
And sometimes that random number can make a huge difference when it comes down to placings. Let's see how things go now here for Georgina from Great Britain. 147.5 on the bar. This will move her up to first place temporarily in the squat. Gets that squat command. Depth looks good.
Really deep.
Sticks with it. Good composure there. I think there's no question there, Joe.
Yeah, I think she moves ahead now.
Yeah.
But there's still 2 lifters in this class yet to squat. But that's a great lift for Georgina there.
Like I said, good depth with that close stance as well. You know, like the depth is sometimes harder with that closer stance, but for her it works very well. So Kathleen missed this one, and she's jumping 2.5 more, which will move her up temporarily into first place. But after missing at 147.5, she decides to go up 2.5. Might be a good risk. We'll see now.
Was it on depth? I can't remember.
Yeah, I think it was depth.
She sinks a long way into her left hip.
Let's see what the referees say on this one, Carl.
That's a good lift.
And you know that 2.5 then is.
Yeah. And Kelly Stoikoff now moves into gold medal position on squat. But we still have a lifter to come out in this class, and that's Kelly Gibson Bateman. Now she missed 150 last time. She's guaranteed the squat bronze, but she'd really like to swap that for gold.
Last one, I think it was, she just kind of like lost her tension, like kind of like, I believe that's what it was. I could be wrong, but let's see if she's able to make this attempt. Good. Oh yeah, she definitely, good improvement from her last one. I think that's going to be a good lift, Joe. So
okay, so Kelly Gibson Bateman takes the squat gold, Kelly Stoikoff takes the silver, and Georgina Hazel takes the bronze. We have one lift left, and that is Mia Urnell, Sweden, for 165.5.
This is going to be.
Now her 160 was, it wasn't on the edge, but this is a big jump.
Yeah, I mean that's huge. That's a huge 5.5 kilos. I mean, she could have went 163 and then picked up that 2.5 and a chip, but she wants to go 165.5. So you know, maybe she's got nothing to lose. She's already in a good place, and she's probably going to pull away. So she wants to raise the bar on that world record. Let's see how things go here for Mia.
She's got the biggest bench as well, and she's in the mix with deadlift. So I think she's feeling fairly confident.
You know, if you're having a good day, good communication with your coach, and you want to let it ride, let it ride.
Strong.
Yeah. The crowd is going crazy here. It's amazing to see. Let's go, Mia.
Depth is good, and she's got it all the way. That is a new world record again for Mia Urnell.
Absolutely incredible squat. Great job to her and her coach for that attempt. She just took that record and pushed it up 5.5 kilos.
Yeah, that's a great result for Mia.
Some great squatting, Joe.
We're going to take a 10-minute break now, and we will see you back here for bench.
Cheers.
Welcome back to the IPF World Classic and Equipped Masters Powerlifting Championships. We are live from St John's, Newfoundland, and we saw some incredible squatting before. There was a world record for Mia Ornell. In fact, she broke the world record twice. And there was, we've got about 5 weight classes on the platform at the minute, and every single one of them were putting out huge lifts. I think did we leave one lifter behind?
I believe there was one, yeah. I think there was one.
Didn't quite make a squat.
There's a couple that were close, but only one so far.
Yeah, a little bit of a tense moment. We had a
Yeah.
lifter that only got their third squat in. But we are through to bench press now. So this is the first flight with the 63 kilo, 69 kilo and super heavyweight classes. And I can see that Lily Jackson is opening on a world record.
Wow. What's her opening attempt out there?
116.
Wow. Easy opening attempt there for Michelle.
Easy opener for Michelle Calacio. That was 45 kilos and she's in the 63 kilo class. We have not got the referee's decision in yet. The lights are just glitching a little bit, but that looked like a good lift to me.
Yeah, for sure. Just on the board and happy with that.
There we go. We have the result in. So we have Jessica Yarding from Sweden coming out next. She's going to open her account with 57.5.
She's smiling, so she seems to be in good spirits. Let's see how her opening attempt goes here.
And I think that's important as well. It's great, always great to see a lifter enjoying the competition because it's stressful, there's a huge amount of pressure, and sometimes we forget to enjoy it.
That's right. And you know, it goes by quick. You spend months and months training for that small window of opportunity of time. It's good to take it all in and enjoy every second, even if things don't go your way.
Now Jessica's done a self-lift off there. I think we're seeing more of this. I don't know if you agree.
Yeah, it's definitely a catch. You know, some people prefer it. I mean, when you go to a championship or any competition really, and somebody's giving you a lift off that you don't know what the lift off is going to be like, by removing that portion of the lift, it gives you more control. But her lift looked really good.
It was a fail.
Bum?
It was a fail. She failed. So I'm just watching this back. I can't see any failure from the replay. So I wonder if it was a command she missed.
Huh.
It's hard for us here in the commentary booth to hear the referee's commands. So that's the only thing I can think of, because her feet didn't move, her butt didn't lift, and everything else looked good.
And it looked easy. It looked like a so they saw something we didn't.
So Tracy Seawood now, Canada, for 60 kilos.
Looked like a good attempt there from Tracy.
Yeah, that looked nice.
Well done, Tracy.
So if we get to side view now, what the referees are looking for is the feet must not lift. They can move laterally but must not lift. The butt mustn't come off the bench, and the shoulders and head must stay down too. Holly Lasante from Canada for 62.5.
Holly's squats looked really good. Let's see how her bench presses go now here today.
Yeah, she took the gold in squat, got all 3 lifts in.
And she's taking a lift off on, like, let's see now. Yeah. Lots
Good
more
amount
there.
of leg drive.
Yeah, again, she
There's
saw
one
something.
yellow card, so I'm hoping we'll get a replay from the side from that one, because there was a good amount of leg drive, and sometimes the butt can
Bit of
just
bump.
pop up. Yeah.
That little hip bump that she does, and maybe it just came up for her and saw a bit of daylight there.
I think that's what the yellow card was for on one side. But one ref's view isn't the same as another ref's view. So here we have Florence Lechese. She did not manage to make a successful squat, unfortunately. But she's continuing the competition. She can still take medals in bench and deadlift.
Yep.
And she's opening her bench with 67.5.
Hopefully she comes back here and makes some attempts and gets on
I hope so.
for a bench.
Do you know, I think she hasn't taken into account the effect of the travelling, because she's not looking like herself at all. That was tough for an opener.
Yeah, bench gets heavy fast. Thankfully, she got that one on the board, so she's
But
in
I'm
for
not
bench.
sure
but
how much more she's got. Roberta Carlson now for 67.5. Roberta's in the 69 kilo class.
Taking her time with a good strong setup. A little wobbly there.
Yeah, looks strong.
Very much so. On the board.
So here's Louise de Jong, Netherlands, for 67.5.
Looks like she's got a pretty low rack height from what I can see here, so she's going to have a probably pretty wide grip and big arch. Let's see how things go for Louise.
Well, she's not at maximum.
No.
Easy.
Yeah. So we'll wait for the referee's decision here. So Joe, maybe you could explain really quickly what you mean by the maximum grip on the bar.
So the maximum width grip you're permitted is the 4 fingers on the rings. There are rings on the bar. You can see where there's no knurling, and that's the marker for the maximum grip width. Your 4 finger cannot be outside that ring. People say that they should cover the ring, but that's not the wording of the rule. Now here's Shaz Holmes for 70 kilos. She had a decent day on squat. She got all 3 in. A little bit down from her best. But let's see how she goes on bench. She's taking her time.
Yeah, you can see Rhea kind of like wanted to get up and lift it off to her. Let's see how this goes here for
Now
Sharon.
that's fine. 60 seconds is a long time,
Yeah.
but if you're asked to re-rack the bar, it gets a bit panicky.
Yeah.
Strong, very good. That puts Shaz in the lead in bench press. Go with her. I think she got the silver in squat. Next out, Wanda Lewis. Wanda just missed out on a squat medal.
Yeah, Wanda definitely she was pretty happy when she walked off with that. She, like you said earlier, she did her job, and that's it, you know. Another lifter comes across and beats her, she did her job. And
well, that's exactly right. You can only control what you do on the platform. You can't control what everyone else does.
So Wanda with the self-takeout, self-lift.
Slow and steady.
Yep. It seems to be her lifting style.
It does.
Squats were the same
work,
way.
yeah, exactly.
Slow and controlled, and not letting it get away from her.
We're back up to the 69s now with Heather Tagg. Heather Tagg is the defending world champion. She's going to have a real scrap on her hands today, though. At projected totals, she is nip and tuck with Roberta Carlson.
So depending how bench presses go, we may see a little battle here when we get to deadlifts.
I think so, yeah. A little bit of work to do, but yeah, it was
smooth across
decent.
the board. Yep.
We are back to the good lift. The head attack, 70 remains on the bar. The Karen Barry off Ireland. Red ball and Carson get ready.
So next out is Karen Barry of Ireland. She chipped her own squat world record and took the gold in that lift. And she's opening with 70 kilos.
She's coming out, talking to the one and only Rhea Stinn, telling her exactly how she wants that lift off. Rhea knows a couple of things about bench press.
I was going to say.
Wedging in there, getting those shoulders tight.
Very controlled descent.
Yep.
That's a great bench.
Smooth lift. Well done, Karen. Well done.
Now next out we have the surprise Brit, Terry Redmore, in her first international. And she took the silver in squat, and she's got the heaviest opener in bench. So she's coming into her first international hard.
Having a little chat there with Rhea. And you know, it's Joe, I'm sure you can talk about this for a second, but you know, the person giving you the lift off, the more communication you can have with them, the better.
It is true, but you have to also bear in mind that you might not be an English-speaking country.
So
if you have a lot of information, a really specific requirements, the handoff guy might not understand you in the time you have available to talk to him. And you're also using up your time.
Yep. I think it's a good attempt there for Thierry. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that was really nice looking bench. And she's really surprising at the minute. Usually someone in their first international, they'll be midfield, but she's coming in strong and she's going to be a contender at the end. So we have Barbara Clarkson next. I think she's actually put this up. I think she had 75 or 77 initially nominated. Up to 3 minutes before the start of your flight, you can change your opener. You get one change, and she's gone up to 80. Now I know she has had shoulder issues in the past. Bench has never been her biggest lift.
Let's see how this one goes here for Barbara. Pretty smooth attempt.
Easy, yeah, nice.
Hopefully her shoulder's feeling pretty good today and she can push those bench presses a little bit.
Ali Kozner's out next. She's Kiwi. She's opening with 87.5. She took the squat bronze, and she got all 3 of her squats in, which is it's the most nerve-wracking part of the whole competition.
Yeah, for sure.
For me, anyway.
No, I think it's Well, we're both competing later on this week. I'm still nervous about my squats. I'm sure you feel the same way. Let's see how this lift goes here for Ali. Maybe a little bobble at the top, a little up and down before when she got the start command. I don't know. We'll see what the referee said. Yeah, I think that's.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. The centre referee saw the up and down that you saw. I didn't spot it. If I'm
there,
honest.
see,
there it was. Yeah, absolutely.
And here we go.
It's the Lily Jackson show.
Wow.
She is going to take. No, she's only done 120 in competition before, so this is right up against her best. So training must have gone really well on bench. She looks confident though, doesn't she? She looks happy and relaxed. And this is an M2 world record. This has stood for a while, I think. Yeah, Minsk 2017.
Wow.
This was Michelle Fayant.
She's walking out pretty calm and confident.
Yeah, she looked relaxed.
Yeah.
She looked like, don't worry about a thing, I got this.
It's pretty cool to have Rhea walking out with the chips to show the judges. Let's see how things go now for Lillian.
Easy lift.
Joe, I would say, what do you think? But I don't think you even need to ask that question.
Unless, easiest world record you will see today. That is a new world record, and we have no doubt that is the gold medal in bench for Lily Jackson.
Not very often you get to see somebody open with a world record, so.
Well, I that makes me nervous, to be honest. Opening with a record, you think, just get one in first. So we're through to the second round of bench now, and this is Michelle Calacio for 50 kilos. Gone up 5, bit of probably a standard kind of increment. You expect the classic ladies to go 5 and 2.5 in the smaller weight categories.
She seems like she's having a great time and in good spirits. She
bounced off the platform, didn't she, after squats?
She's only been lifting for 4 years, so maybe her first world championship, but either way, she's very happy to be here and in good spirits. Let's see how this attempt goes for Michelle.
No, that was tough for an opener. Oh, I'm sorry, it was a second, wasn't it? A second.
A little bit sticky in the middle, but she's the only lifter so far we've seen use blocks. Joe, maybe you could talk about blocks for a second before the next lifter comes up.
It must be flat on the floor, but you may ask for the platform to be raised 10 centimetres, 20 centimetres, 30 centimetres, and your feet must be flat on those blocks. So this is Jessica Yarding, who missed her opener.
Yeah.
We weren't sure, it was yellow cards, wasn't it? So we didn't see the infraction.
No.
But a little bit of confusion on the platform there, but we are good and we are ready to go. for Jessica Yarding. So the only thing I could think was that she beat one of the commands.
Yeah.
So if we watch her take her bench now, she takes the bar to arm's length with her elbows locked. The side referees have their arms in the air until they're happy with the start position, that the butt is down, the feet are flat on the floor and the arms are locked. As soon as they put their arms down, the centre referee will give the start command, the press command when it's stationary on the chest, and then the rack command when it's back at arm's length.
I didn't see any faults with that lift.
No.
Yeah, that's good to see. Pretty nerve-wracking when you miss an opening attempt or anything goes wrong and you get to come back out.
Because your plan is gone then.
Yeah.
The plan is just in the bin. Next out we have Tracy Seaward for 65.
Tracy having a good day so far, getting all of her squats in, getting her opening attempt on bench, jumping 5 now to 65.
Rather rudely looked at the score sheet then to see what Lillian was putting in for a second. She's gone 120 for a second.
Oh my god, it's a huge bench.
But here's Tracy Seaward for 65. And makes short work of it.
Yeah, good bench, Tracy. Well done.
So that moves her up into the bronze medal position on bench.
Tracy's very excited and happy to be here. It's a great experience and for her to compete at the World Championships in her home province. Let's see if she can get her next bench when she comes up.
So this is Holly Lasante next for 67.5. Now that was heaving for me.
Let's see what the referees think of that one.
No, it was only called by one referee, and I can see that the referee is discussing it in the centre referee nodding.
Yeah.
But what we mean by heaving is, as we watch the replay back, the bar comes down to the chest and must be stationary before it gets the command. Unfortunately, we didn't get a replay, but it must not travel downwards. I can see the jury on their feet actually. We've got Florence Lucchese on the platform.
I think they're overturning
right now.
that lift, I believe. I think they're taking that lift away, yeah. Probably for heave or for glutes or
it was for
heave,
I think.
Yeah.
So the bar cannot go down again once you get the start command, and it dipped into her chest and pressed. Now this is Florence Lucchese, really struggling.
Yeah.
But we could see that on her opener.
Yeah.
Her opener had looked tough.
She just
lifted
doesn't
alongside it in Kazakhstan a couple of times, and this is not how she usually looks. So I think she's arrived quite recently, and the travelling has really affected her. We're seeing it a lot from a lot of the European and more distant lifters.
Yeah. So the jury took that lift away for what we believe to be heaving, so probably so. So she was called first one for glutes, this one for heave, so she did get one on the board, which is good, but you know when she comes out for her third that everybody's going to be eyeing her now for any
But
mistake.
that looked to me to be a flaw in her technique, so hopefully she can correct that next time out. But here's Shaz Holmes for 72.5. She got 70 quite easily actually on her opener. Her current competition best 77.5.
Nice smooth lift off there from Rhea. Let's see how things go for Sharon.
Yeah, good.
Smooth bench press there.
That is a nice lift for Sharon. I hope we're going to see red plates on the bar next time out.
Well done.
And of course, it's we're from the same division, the same region of the UK as Shaz, so having the MC from the home region is a little taste of home for her. Here's Wanda Lewis for 72.5.
So all of Wanda's lifts so far have been slow, smooth, and controlled. So we'll probably see the same style here at 72.5. Yep.
As you're saying, the weight goes up, but the lifts look the same. That's exactly how you
Wanda makes a big smile and a wave. Well done, Wanda. Good to see you smile and enjoying your World Championship here in St. John's, Newfoundland.
Next out, we have Roberta Carlson, USA. She's gone up 5 to 72.5, and this is quite closely matched in the 69s on bench. So this will take her from 5th all the way up to 2nd. In fact, 3 lifters in this class have asked for 72.5, 1 for 75 and 1 for 77.5. So this is really tight.
So those body weights, lot numbers are going to play a good role there when we get to 3rd attempts. Roberta here now matching her PR on her 2nd. Whew.
That looked nice.
Yeah.
Next out we have Heather Tagg for 72.5. Now who has the body weight in this class? Let's just take a quick look. So out of the 3 lifters that are taking 72.5 for their 2nd, the lightest is Louise de Jong, and then Roberta Carlson, and then Heather Tagg. So Heather Tagg has the lot number disadvantage. She's going out first, and she also has the body weight disadvantage. So
she's going to have to put more on in order to take that. I think she's going to. The attempts are probably going to be gone there now, Joe. Right off the bat.
Oh, she jumped the press as well. So
I think even once you hear that and you know you made a mistake, it kind of throws off mentally anyway. She knows it, right? You know?
She's kind of laughing, which is good. She's not letting it get to her. She made a mistake.
Yeah, you can see her just there in the replay. Yeah.
So that was no lift for Heather Tagg, and we have Louise de Jong out next for 72.5, and she is the lightest of the lifters taking this weight.
So this will move her temporarily into 2nd place in the bench press. 5 kilos up from her 1st attempt. Looking pretty calm out there. She's probably going to have to adjust her bench style come January.
I think a lot of us
are. Let's see how this lift goes here for Louise.
Yeah, I think that's a good.
Maybe a bit of bobble at the top. Maybe a bit of bobble at the top, up and down.
Okay.
Yeah. No. Well, I saw something that they didn't see. Maybe I don't know if they'll get a replay to see it, but I thought there was a little bobble. But I'm not in the chair. I am.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get a replay for that one. So.
Oh well, she got a light. Congratulations. Good
I didn't
lift.
spot it. I was looking at the top-down view, so I didn't see that. Karen Barry next. Karen's leading the pack in the 69s. And she's looking to extend that by 5 kilos here. This will also move her into gold medal position in bench, with Terry Redmore still to lift.
I love the way she kind of like wiggles her shoulders in and gets dug
really
into the bench.
Drives her lats down into the bench there.
That's just a nice bench press.
Yeah, lovely.
Well done, Karen.
So Karen is team subtotal. She's got a big bench, she's got a big squat, but she doesn't have the biggest deadlift, so she really needs to squeeze every kilo she can out at this point.
Pretty similar to the last session we just saw. You know, where if you got a big pole, it's a good weapon to have, but you got to pick up the kilos in the lifts that you are strong in.
So here is the 69 kilo dark horse, Terry Redmore. She's snuck in under the radar there, and she's going to move into gold medal position on bench with this lift. She's a little way behind. She's about 12 kilos behind Karen on the overall, which is pretty good going.
A little sticky in the middle, but I think that's going to be a good attempt.
I think it is, but you have to wonder how much more she's got there. Keeps a really nice high chest position, but I think that's close to the limit. Barbara Klaassen next, Netherlands. Her 80 kilo opener looked great, to be honest. And this is 85.
Yeah, she's having a great day. We were saying about her squats, how they looked a little awkward kind of coming out of the rack, but the squats themselves look great. Her bench so far has looked good.
I think she squats for about 10 kilos down on her bench. She's done 92.5 on bench as well.
Let's see how the shoulder's holding up today. Looking pretty strong.
Tough one. I wouldn't say she had more than about 2.5 more. But she's doing the right thing. She's clearly not at her best today. So she's just taking the weight that's there. That's all you can do.
Yep.
People get a little bit confused about this, but you've done this in the gym, you did that before. You don't have everything every day, so you have to take the most that's available to you on competition day.
Pick your battles.
Yeah.
See what's there.
Now, Ali Kozner is in silver medal position. I don't think, in fact, Barbara's putting 87.5 for a third, as we expected. So this is going to be a silver medal for Ali Kozner in bench.
Let's go, Ali. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, looks strong.
I'd say she's got 95 there.
Yeah.
Nice lift for Ali Kozner. And here we go now with Lily Jackson, looking for another world record.
Wow. Last one looks strong.
It did. It looked no problem at all. Now we talked about heaving and sinking earlier. Lily does sink a long way, and that's fine. There's no rule against that, as long as she doesn't sink further once she gets to start command. But here we go. Lily Jackson for a new world record at 120.
Again, I'm surprised she didn't chip, but she probably doesn't need to. You know, I don't know what her overall total will be, but usually you kind of take that chip when you can take it. But she's going 120, and she still has another attempt to go.
She has, and she looks like she's a decent chunk ahead of Barbara at this point. It's hard to overcome a 30-kilo deficit on bench, isn't it? That was so easy.
She could have taken that for looks like a triple. Wow, well done. Congratulations, Leah. Wow. That's huge.
I can only imagine what she's going to put on that for a third.
What do you think she's going to put in? 123?
It was a small jump from it was 116, 120. 123 would seem to be the right move. But I think from a strength perspective, 125 would be
I mean, that's a nice number, hey? Let's see what she puts in.
It's a nice number, and it's 2 red plates as well. That would look great, wouldn't it? Here's my world record
lift.
with 2 red plates on it. So we are into the third round now, and we have Michelle Calasia leading us out for 52.5. Now, if I remember rightly, her second was a little bit difficult.
Once Michelle takes her attempt, we'll check and see what she puts in for a third for world record. Let's see Michelle's attempt here now at 52.5, 2.5 up from her last one. Hopefully she'll be able to get this lift. Yeah, all of her attempts are looking good so far today.
Yeah.
And she's been so happy all day.
She has.
She's being handled and coached today by Arian, who knows a thing or two about powerlifting and attempts, so I'm sure she's in good hands for her attempt selection.
No, I'm not seeing
for Lillian's
attempt going, and I'm not seeing the coach at the table either, which is confusing. But here we have Jessica Yarding from Sweden. Unfortunately, she had a bit of a technical error on her opener. Got 57.5 quite easily, and this is 60. I've not seen an attempt going for Lily Jackson. Oh, there it is, 125.
Ooh, go big or go home.
Yeah.
Go big or go home. 2 red collar, beautiful to see on the bar. Let's see how this one goes here for Jessica.
That is a
well
judged third attempt. And she's got such long arms, that bar has travelled such a long way. That was a great third for Jessica.
Like you're saying about Lydia, that's a pretty confident attempt to put in 125. That's a beautiful bench press. I can't wait to see that one.
Well, she's taken a bigger jump from her second to third than she first to second, but only by a small margin.
So this should be interesting now with Holly coming up here.
Holly Lasante, Canada, for 67.5. She missed her this weight last time. Heaving. Yeah, brilliant. She did not do it this time. So that is 67.5.
Well done.
That moves Holly up to the bronze medal position on bench. So she corrected that error really well. It's often really challenging for a lifter if that's how they train.
Yeah, she had a good adjustment. I'm sure Garrett and her had a good little chat, and as a lifter she came back and made a great adjustment, 3 whites to get that lift.
So
Well
here's
done.
Tracy Seaward. She's in the 63s, and this 67.5 will move her up to bronze medal position. Yeah, we've still got Jessica on the graphic. The graphics are just running a little bit behind. This is Tracy Seaward.
Oh yeah, looked just
Nice.
as good as her second. This should be a good lift.
Well, she's got the bronze medal in
Well
her
done.
hand. Couple lifts left to determine whether she keeps it.
Tagging home, get ready.
And we have Florence Lechese from France for another attempt at 70, but she is looking
Yeah,
off today.
yeah. Like you said, she's she's a very accomplished, experienced lifter, and she's just having a really hard day today. Let's hope that she's able to pull this one out. But when the bench gets heavy, especially the bench gets heavy.
Yeah. And it just looked too heavy on a second.
No,
Just not there.
no. And I think you mentioned she's competing equipped again in a couple of days.
I'm
that
not
right?
certain whether she's competing twice in this one, but she does compete.
Gotcha. Okay.
Equipped.
Yeah, she's having sadly having a rough day today. Hopefully,
She really
with
is.
deadlifts, she might be able to turn things around and improve her attempts. But she's on the board at least, so for bench press. But
Now we have Heather Tagg. She missed 72.5 last time. She's going to have another go at it.
yeah, she just jumped it a little bit, a little bobble at the top, and
I think she, as you say, she waved it about the top, tried to go too early, and then she jumped the next one. It was
she
just-
walked off, kind of smiling, like knowing that she made a couple of mistakes. Let's see how this one goes for Heather. Oh. And just a technical mistake, not a strength issue. Just yeah.
So it's difficult for the lifter now to not let that get into their head. But she's a big deadlifter, so at this point you have to go, do you know what? Bench is gone. I need to face forward
That's
and
right.
concentrate
Yeah.
on my deadlift now. And she just pushed that forward, didn't she? Didn't
Yeah,
go
just jumped
back
it.
the
Just
wrong
maybe
way,
a
yeah.
little nervous, maybe who knows? But just not a strength mistake, but more of a technical one. So
So here we go. Here is Sharon Holmes for 75 kilos.
Sharon's making attempts, getting greens.
And she is already guaranteed the gold medal on bench. She will be absolutely delighted with that. She's picking up the medals. She's got a squat silver. She's already got the bench gold, whether or not she makes this lift. But she's going to want the kilos
Yeah.
to take to her total. She's going to have to work hard to catch Holly Lasant overall. But she's a great little lifter.
Pretty intense by the look on her face there now. She's ready to go.
Oh, she's such a lovely person, but she's so fierce on the platform.
Fires it back over.
Yes. Look at that.
She's going to be happy with that one. Yeah. Like you were just saying about the intense face, and then once they make the lift, it's like Jekyll and Hyde. They go from stoic to so happy.
Absolutely. And honestly, she will be over the moon to have a gold medal in any of the lifts. That's fantastic. Here's Wanda Lewis, Canada, for 75. She's just outside the medals, unfortunately, on bench. She just missed out the medals as well on squat.
I don't know if you got a second there to have a look at the attempts on deadlifts. I know Wanda has a good pull, so when we get to deadlifts, we'll have a look at what she does. She does have a
She's
strong
in the mix
deadlift.
for sure.
Yeah.
She's in the mix for a medal there.
Let's see how this bench press goes for her. Slow and steady, but
I think a little bit slower than the last
Yeah.
one, but everything is so controlled.
I think she's hurting a little bit there. You can see that she's kind of like, yeah. Like I said, I knew she was dealing with an injury. I didn't know the details and stuff, but I knew because I've known Wanda for many years. Hopefully she'll be able to put something together in the deadlift and
So
back.
here's Roberta Carlson, USA, for 75, and
She's
this will
looking
move
high.
her all the way up to silver. We have Yeah, there's quite a battle developing here. She will not move past Louise de Jong because she's 100 grams heavier. Oh, excuse me, she will. She'll go past.
If she gets it, but
No, not quite there, unfortunately.
well, it's the right attempt. She needed to put it on and just wasn't there today.
It's difficult for the lightweight women especially because you can only take a 2.5 kilo increment, and on bench, that 2.5 is a big jump. So here is Louise de Jong. She's got the bronze medal, absolutely guaranteed that on bench, but she's trying to move up to silver.
Like you said, Joe, you know, in the bench press, that 2.5 kilo jump can make or break a lot of lifts. A lot of women in the bench press, especially the lighter lifters, 2.5 is a big jump for.
Yeah, as you say, in the 47 and 52,
it
takes a long time for those lifters to progress the next 2.5. So here's Louise for 75.
No.
Oh, no. That's a real shame, you know. I don't think that was on strength. I think she went a little forward and she wasn't recovering from that. If you can see that back on the replay.
Lost positioning a little bit.
She pushed it straight up.
Yeah.
Really, the path you want is to move it back over the shoulders as you come to the top of the lift. So here's Karen Barry having a great day today. And this is 77.5 kilos.
Yeah, she's having a fantastic day. Her benches have looked strong and smooth, so this should be a good attempt for her. Let's hope that she can get it. Wiggling in. Like you just said a minute ago, Joe, firing it back over the face, over the shoulders.
That's where your strength is. You want it back over the shoulders straight away. And that's a great lift and a silver medal in bench for Karen Barry.
Some nice bench pressing here from these ladies so far.
So this is Terry Redmore, who's come out of nowhere.
Dark horse.
She's already got the bench gold. She was absolutely delighted with that. 80 kilos on the bar.
Very calm. I mean, bench is a very calm lift, but she's looking very calm and collected up there.
Oh, not quite. Still, she takes the gold.
Like we're saying about those 2.5 jumps, you know, 2.5 can get heavy pretty quick, but she got what she needed to get. So she did great.
Yeah, she didn't leave anything behind her. She got the absolute most she could out of the platform. She got 77.5, missed 80. So here is Barbara Clarkson. I think this is the right move for Barbara. She's guaranteed the bench bronze, and this is 87.5.
Yeah, it's more of a sure shot for sure. To 5 on your third, jumping 5 would probably be too much. So it's the right attempt selection here for 87.5. It's not what you go for; it's what you get. So let's see how this attempt goes for Barbara. Nope, that's
not quite.
There you go. Like we've said a couple of times now, 2.5 that's it.
And the shoulder muscles are small muscles. When they've had enough, they are gone.
But she got what she could get. She's building her total.
So here's Ali Kozner, who is having a great time today. 95 kilos on the bar.
Coming all the way to New Zealand, traveling all the way across the world to come to St. John's, Newfoundland, Canada.
Now this will be a personal best on the platform, and it's a difficult thing to do to get a personal best on the international platform. Travelled a long way.
That's
only a PB for now.
Wow. Well done, Ali.
That is a great lift and
Well
a
done.
silver medal in bench for Ali Kozner.
Here we go.
Now, 2 red plates on the bar for Lillian Jackson. She took the world record with her opener. She broke the world record again with her second. And she is looking calm and collected for her 3rd world record of the day.
Will she get it 3 times in a row? Rotten, get ready. Come on, Lily, let's see it.
You know, I'm sorry I'm not out on that platform with these ladies today. I doubt I could have beaten Lily Jackson today, but it's just great to be in the fight and be in the battle with people who are lifting these sort of weights.
Let's see how this going else for Lillian. Oh, just a bit, yeah.
Just a step too far.
Yeah.
We did say 123 might have been the smart move, but you know what? She's not lost anything there.
No, I mean, she walks away with 2 records. I mean, a little long on the press command, but she seems very happy. I mean, yeah.
So there was some fantastic benching there from the super heavyweights, and we go straight through now to the second flight, which is the 76 kilo and 84 kilo class. Now we saw a masterclass in squatting from Mia O'Neill. She broke her own world record with her second, just missed it with a third, maybe just overreached a tiny bit. Oh, excuse me, she got it. She did. She got one.
She got one. Yeah. She came back in her third and 3 whites and.
So she is having a good day for sure. But we have Maria Graham now from Canada for 57.5. Now she did struggle on squat. She was struggling for depth on a couple of her first 2 attempts. And look how long her arms are. That bench is going a long way.
Well, good to see her get that opening attempt. She should get white lights there.
I would think so.
Yeah, that'll take a bit of pressure off her now.
Hard did bounce on her chest, but she brought it to a stop. It just means took a little bit longer than usual to get the press command because the centre referee will wait for that bar to be motionless on the chest. But that's a good lift. She's on the board.
She's probably happy with that one.
Yeah. And this is Rita Broden from Norway for 60. Now she looks strong on squat.
Smooth descent, good control, easy opening attempt.
Yeah,
I think there's no question there.
3 white lights and a good lift.
Joe, maybe you could touch quickly on what is the head referee looking for when you say basically the bar is motionless. So it doesn't need to be paused like a lot of people think. It's the
No, there isn't a length of time it needs to be on the chest. As soon as that bar is motionless, you'll get the start command. So it makes sense to get that bar down there and stopped. But if you're wiggling it about and it's moving around on your chest, you will not get the start command until it's still. Marta Esteban Herranz from Spain for 60.
Oh, that was like an easy opening attempt. Well done.
Very nice.
Oh!
Okay, now this is side refs with yellow cards, so I wonder if the butt's going to come up.
We'll get a good look now at the replay here. Maybe not.
Oh, we missed it, I'm sorry.
But that's what they're looking for is bum, so...
But I think that would have
side,
been what it usually, when you get yellow cards from sides, it's for butt lift. So Kelly Stoikoff now, Australia for 65. The name on your screen is Kathleen. I'm told she goes by Kelly. And she's in the 84s. So just a reminder, these are all the M2 ladies, 50 to 59 years old. And right now we have the 84s and the 76s.
Good opening attempt. Looked a little hard, but... Yep.
It wasn't as easy as you'd like your opener to be. And now we have Joy Minio, 70 kilos.
Taking her time, coming out pretty calm there.
I think that's Joy all over.
It's good. I think you got that one right.
Very calm person.
Yeah. bobble. I don't know. We'll see what the referees think.
I was looking at the top down, so you have a better view of the platform directly. I'm tend to be watching the monitor.
I thought there was a bit of motion, but
Oh,
just a little bobble. But she's got 3 white lights. Good attempt.
Helen Toomey next, 72.5. Nice opener there for Helen. The blue card, she got a red light from the centre referee with a blue card failure. So the bar did not dip, so I assume that was for lockout. Cynthia Line next for 72.5. Cynthia took the silver medal in squat, and she's sitting in 3rd overall right now. Long way to go in the competition still, though.
Yeah, it's definitely not a sprint. It's a bit of a marathon, that's for sure. And she's going to be building her total towards deadlifts. We'll see how this attempt goes for Cynthia. Yeah, strong bench.
Decent. Now, knowing that we have Mia Ernell in this flight, I just took a look at what the world record bench was, and I think it's a little bit out of reach today.
What's the world record?
It's 97.5, and Mia's opening at 85.
Wow.
I would say that was maybe not within range today. So we have Tracy Wise from Canada coming out next. 77.5 kilos on the bar. And just a reminder, this is over body weight for a lady in her 50s.
Yeah, no easy task.
No, these are big benches.
Yeah, and not a gym bench. You know, under the rules of the IPF and the scrutiny of international judges, that is not. And she makes it look
very easy.
Yeah, very strong bench. Well done, Tracy.
You won't see many women benching that in your average gym, let alone women in their 50s.
No.
So we have Kelly Gibson Bateman now for 82.5. She's in the 84s, gold medalist in squat. And she is one of the contenders for podium places in this class. Choosing to wear a belt, you don't see, it's not standard in classic bench to wear a belt. You see a lot of equipped benches wearing it to keep the shirt down. But some people feel like it gives them more tightness and they can get tighter on the bench.
That's a nice bench there from Kelly.
Yeah.
Sometimes too, you know, maybe somebody's got a bit of a back issue and the belt might lock things in a little bit. You know, it protects the back a little bit for some people. I mean, it doesn't really give you much of an advantage for classic benching, but if it does help you in any way, then hey, if it's allowed to be used, by all means.
So here's Georgina Hazel. She has the biggest opener in the 84s.
Wow.
85 kilos on the bar. She took the bronze in squat.
It's a big bench.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah, very smooth.
So she goes into the lead now on bench. And we have Mia Ernell out next. This is the last of the opening benches. And this is 85 kilos. Mia is a long way out in the lead in the 76 kilo class. Oh, I can see Mia's mascot, her teammates.
Oh, there it is. You were talking about that. Yeah, there it is. Very cool. Good catch.
So here's 85 for Amir Ornell's opener.
Nice bench press.
No, it wasn't super fast, was
No.
it? I was certainly never in any doubt.
Smooth though. It's very cool. Good catch, Joe. Thank you for sharing that information. That's really cool.
So as we move into the second round of bench now, we can see that Amir Ornell is leading from Wise from line in the overall competition, and in the 84s, Gibson Bateman is leading from Hazel from Stoikov. But there's not much in it at all. It's some body weight in the 84s. But Mia Ornell is really smashing it today. I doubt she'll be caught unless she has a disaster on deadlift, which I'm not really expecting from her. So we're into the second round now, and here is Marta Esteban Herranz from Spain. She missed her opener.
Let's hope that she fixed that one a little bit on the glutes and get a good attempt there. Yeah, she's going to be happy with that.
She's on the board.
Yeah.
62.5 now.
Next out, Maria Graham, Canada, for 62.5.
Her last attempt moved pretty good, I think.
It did. She's put the difficulties of squat behind her.
Yeah. And you know, a good lifter has to do that. You can't focus on the past. You have to focus on the lift that's in front of you and move forward.
I don't think there's any lifter out there for whom it's always just gone well.
Yeah, I know. That looks strong.
Yeah, a nice second there for Maria.
Well done, Maria. She's happy with that one.
Rita Broden, Norway, for 65 is out next. 5 kilo increase.
So everybody's on the board so far, which is good to see.
Rita's having a good day. She's 4 for 4 right now. So the sound you can hear there is the Norwegian team always have their clappers with them. They're little devices that you shake and it makes that clapping noise. There it goes.
I think that's a good attempt there. We'll see what the referees say.
Yeah.
It's great, hey, that when you have a good audience, a good crowd, and they're bringing the energy and stuff like that, it just makes the competition just that much better.
So Kelly Stoikov now for 87.5.
Last one looked a little hard, the top range and the top 1/3, so we will see now how this one goes.
So I think that's reflected in the increase she's taken. 2.5 kilo increase to her second in the 84s is quite conservative. And that was hard to get through the sticking point, wasn't it?
Yeah, those long arms and kind of like medium, close grip, it makes the bar have to travel a long way and makes that lockout a bit harder, but she did a great job there in getting that attempt.
Next out, Joy Mineo. She's only gone up 2.5. 72.5 on the bar.
Nice.
Yeah, very good second attempt for Joy Mineo.
Took her time in the setup, but fast descent, good control on the touch, and a great lift overall. Beautiful.
Yeah. So Helen Toomey next. Another small increase. She's asked for 75 for her second. Her best is currently 78.5, which suggests she has had at some point a national record. Slow and steady.
Nice attempt.
I think another 2.5 on top is going to be marginal, but she's a grinder. Comes off the chest really well, but then a lot of work to do to get it all the way to the top. So here's Cynthia Line for 77.5. She's in 3rd place overall right now, but this will move her up from 4th to 2nd on bench.
These ladies are doing a great job making attempts. There's lots of green on that board. We will see now when we get to thirds.
Beware the commentator's curse. So here's Cynthia.
Noted. All right. That's the thing though with benches, you know, with those 2.5. So hopefully I didn't make a boo-boo there.
I mean, really, we can't affect what they do, but yeah, it is a thing. So that was a good lift. And we have Tracy Wise out next. This will move her back ahead of Cynthia in the bench competition.
Last one looked good. Strong bench. Let's see how this one goes.
Hopefully we'll get to see that. We have Ramsey from White Lights Media.
Always doing a great job.
Shots.
Yeah, they do such a wonderful job.
And here's Tracy with 82.5 on the bar.
Nice attempt. Yeah.
A little bit uneven. There's no uneven lockout rule in the IPF, so that's absolutely fine. And she moves back into silver medal position on bench.
Yeah, maybe you can elaborate a little bit on that quickly about the lockout rule of how it can come up uneven, but
yeah, in para powerlifting, the lockout must be absolutely perfect. It must come up evenly, and it used to be the case in the IPF that had to be the case as well. But now it doesn't really matter as long as the bar doesn't dip. You can take your left arm all the way to lockout, and then your right arm to lockout if you want. It's probably not the most efficient way to bench, but there's no rule against it. Here's Kelly Gibson Bateman for 87.5. This will take her into gold medal position.
Nice bench.
And that was lovely.
Yeah. She's finding her stride. And the head saw something yellow.
Now, I wonder if that was actually the head or a command, because only the centre referee saw it. Didn't see anything there, so maybe it was a command, as you say. So she took the gold medal position away from Georgina Hazel, but here's Georgina to try and take that back with 90. Georgina's done 95 in the past.
Nice bench.
Yeah. So that's her back in the gold medal position. So that's interesting as well. So Gibson, Bateman and Hazel in the 84s are tied on subtotal. They're both on 237.5. So Gibson Bateman is leading on 2 kilos of body weight. So that's going to be a tight fight as we move into the third round. One more bench to go in the second attempts, and it is Mia Urnell. Her mascot is being waved at her from the crowd as she attempts 90 kilos.
She's showing some great lifting here today.
She has, but I think that's close to the limit.
Yeah.
So she is leading the way overall, and she's also a good 7.5 kilos ahead on bench. So we're through to the third round now, the final round of bench. And we have Maria Graham for 65.
Her bench presses have been looking strong. She didn't take too much on this one, just 2.5 up for her third. So as long as she stays a little calm and relies on her technique, she should be okay here. We will see how this lift goes.
looked like it was going, but it ground to a halt and would go no further.
Again, those 2.5s on bench press, you know, but she did everything she could.
Leaves her with the best bench of 62.5. And we have Kelly Stoichkov now for 70. She's guaranteed, I think. Yep, she's guaranteed the bench bronze, which is a great result.
All of her benches so far are a little grindy at the top, but we'll see now if she's able to get this one. Well,
And it looks just the
well
same.
done, eh? Yeah. She's very happy with that.
She
well
is.
done.
Well, that's a bench bronze for her. So we have in the same weight class Rita Broughton coming out for the same weight, but she is heavier in body weight, so she will not take that bronze medal away.
She could have went 2.5 more, but probably would have been too much, and she might be just wanting to build her total for the overall.
It's better to take the weight you can do, I think. Always better to say, I wish I'd done more
Exactly.
than I wish I'd tried less.
You hear that often, hindsight in powerlifting. Well, that's so, you know.
Actually, I mean, she's laughing. I think she felt like it was worth a try, but it just wasn't there today. Gives her a best bench of 65. And here we have next Marta Esteban Herranz for 72.5. This is a massive jump.
Yeah.
Now, she missed her opener, got 60 on her second attempt, so I wonder if this would have been her projected or expected third.
Interesting attempt selection for sure. Let's see if she gets this one.
Yeah, it's too much to jump, I think.
Yeah.
Even though she may have thought, I'll go 60, 67.5, 72, to actually just go straight there is a little bit too much. So leaves her with best of 60. I think she'll be disappointed in that, actually.
Definitely throws off the game plan when you come out and, you know, miss an opening attempt that wasn't heavy.
I know that all too well, I'm afraid. So here's Joy Minio for 75. In fourth place in bench, excuse me, she's fifth place in bench, just move her to fourth. She's fourth overall.
Again, very calm, cool, collected, but a really nice lifting technique. Just such a nice control.
Yeah. Yeah, good lift for Joy.
Really good control on that touch. You know, when she brings it down with speed and control. When faster down, sometimes it's faster up. She has great control of that bar on the chest.
The longer the bar's on your chest and you're holding it there, you bleed power in that position. So you want to get it off your chest quickly as possible. Here's Helen Toomey, 77.5. Now her 75 looked close to the limit. So what can she do with this?
She might squeak it out.
I thought she was going to grind that to the top, but it wasn't quite that. And you know, 77 would have gone. 77.5, just a step too far.
Good attempt all the same.
But she's a deadlifter. She'll come into her own on the next lift. And we have Cynthia Line, USA, for 80 kilos. Guaranteed the bench bronze now. This will not move her up.
Power through. Yep.
Wow.
Well done.
That was some grit and determination in that lift.
She's stoked about that one.
Well, it got her the bench bronze medal, so I think she has good reason to be.
Very happy with that. Great composure of sticking with that lift.
Tracy Wise is out next for 85. She's guaranteed the silver now, but would like an extra 2.5 kilos to take forward on her total. When we talk about subtotal, that's the squat plus the bench. You add the deadlift to that to get your total.
And as the saying goes, the meat doesn't start till the bar hits the floor, but we will see that coming up very soon. Let's see how Tracy's attempt goes here.
Woo! Lovely. That
Yeah.
was like a second.
Yeah.
Very nice indeed.
Nice bench press.
Here we go. This is Kelly Gibson-Bateman. She is leading the charge in the 84s. And she's sitting in silver medal position on bench. This will give her the gold temporarily. Georgina Hazel will get the opportunity to respond. But this is Kelly with 90. She can't affect what Georgina lifts. It's not like tennis where you can force an error on your opponent.
That's right.
You can only do what you can do and hope that it's enough. Wow! You don't often see a grind like that in bench press.
Wow. Well done.
And she deserved every gram of that.
Woo. Good composure. She didn't
didn't
break
dip.
form. She was able
Yeah.
to stick with it.
That was
Yeah,
phenomenal.
great skill there.
So Georgina Hazel is coming out now for 92.5 to try and take that away. And although, you know, Georgina is my teammate, I kind of feel like Kelly deserves the medal for that lift. So much heart to keep on pushing.
Let's see what Georgina does here on this attempt.
Georgina's done 95 in the past, we know that. She benched 92.5 at the British Masters earlier this year.
So you should be good for this one.
I
We shall
would think
see
so.
now.
And she's a solid, consistent lifter. Yeah, there we go.
Woo.
Oh no, it dipped.
No.
Oh, let's see what the referees say.
2 to 1, good lift, good lift.
2 to 1, a good lift. It may or may not have dipped, but it's 2 to 1 is good enough. And that's the gold medal in bench for Georgina Hazel.
That might be worth an appeal from the competitor in that situation.
No, I wouldn't say so. You cannot appeal another lifter's lift without putting down a monetary deposit.
Yeah, but they
And
could.
It's not sportsmanlike, though,
No.
is it? It's not the name of the game. That's not how we play it
okay.
in powerlifting. I think sometimes you get away with a little mistake.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you get a harsh call, and I think that balances out
Gotcha.
overall. So to be going after someone else's lift is
Gotcha.
poor form, really.
Gotcha.
I know it does happen. Now here's Mia Urnell for 92.5. Well in the lead. She knows she has the gold. Yeah, her 90 was tough, so that's not a huge surprise. Nevertheless, she takes the gold medal in bench, and she is leading the pack by 35 kilos going into deadlift. That's a lead that's going to be impossible to overcome.
Yeah, unless she makes a mistake on her opening deadlift or something, which is probably not going to happen. You
I
know?
doubt it.
Yeah.
So we're going to take a 10-minute break now. You are not going to want to miss the deadlifts. Welcome back to the IPF World Classic and Equipped Masters Powerlifting Championships here in St John's, Newfoundland. My name's Joe Whiteley, I'm here with Rob King, and we have seen world records fall in squats and world records fall in bench. Maybe we'll see some in deadlift
Let's
soon.
hope that we do. We've seen some great lifting so far. These ladies are doing an amazing job, and we're going to have some fun now getting into deadlifts.
So that was Michelle Carlasio for 100 kilos, making short work of that. This is the first flight, and we have the 63 kilo, 69 kilo and 84 plus kilo lifters. And then we'll move into the second flight, which will be the 76s and the 84s. Next out we have Florence Lucchese. She is not having a great day. I really hope she has turned down her deadlift attempts, because things have not gone her way and she does not look her usual self.
And we never know what's going on with somebody, you know, like I said, maybe travel, maybe not feeling well, who knows, but she's not having, like you said, one of her better days so far.
So that was a decent first pull.
She's happy with that.
She's got one on the board. So next out we have Terry Redmore from GB, absolutely smashing her first international competition. She's sitting in second place on subtotal. She's not got the biggest deadlift. I mean, we have the rankings showing on the graphic on your screen at the moment. We shouldn't take any notice of those really until everyone has their first deadlift in, because everyone that comes out will move rank to 1 because it's a rising bar. So here's Terry Redmore for 135.
Yeah, it looked pretty good. A little slow, but maybe that's her lifting style, but it should be a good lift.
Fair bit more left in the tank there. And we have another lifter that's on team subtotal. Here's Karen Barry from Ireland for 135.
It's a fast pull for her.
Yeah, competition best 165. So, but don't forget she had a world record squat, so it's important that she got a total.
That's right.
If she didn't manage to make a total, she would have forfeit that world record. So it's often you often see a lifter who has a bench or a squat world record do a really easy deadlift just to make sure of it.
Get the total so you don't
we
lose
might
that
see that
record.
from Lily Jackson as well. So here's Louise de Jong, Netherlands, also for 135.
I think that's a good attempt.
A little bit wobbly, weight shifted a bit from foot to foot as it pulled up, but the strength was certainly there.
Yeah, you sure would hate to see a lifter lose a world record attempt by missing, not getting on the board with the deadlift.
It happened to Sen Yang at the World Open in Stavanger last year. He got the squat world record, but then bombed on deadlift. It was terrible to see. Here's Sharon Holmes from Cumbria in the UK. Opening with 140. She took the squat silver, the bench gold. What can she do on deadlift?
She's looking pretty fired up here for deads.
I think we'll see the intensity rise for each lift that she comes out with. She'll come out screaming for her last. Good lift for Shaz.
Great showing from the Brits here today. Some great lifting.
Yeah, we have a really strong Masters, Classic Masters ladies team. Here's Tracy Seawood, Canada for 145. She's in the 63s.
Whoa, came off the floor so fast that she bobbled it at the top.
Took her by surprise, That's a real shame. Do you think she'll go up? If you were coaching her today, I think I would.
I wouldn't. I would, if it was my call, I'd have to look at the total, but I would probably just reattempt the same and then maybe take a big jump on third if necessary.
That's a real shame.
Especially her first World Championships, I'd hate to have the opportunity for her to bomb, and I don't think she would, but if I would not want that on my conscience.
I understand. Holly Lasante next for 155.
Yeah, it's a good pull.
That's a good lift for Holly. And now we have the final lifter coming out in the 63s, and that's Jessica Yarding. Now, she didn't have the biggest squat, she didn't have the biggest bench, but she absolutely has the biggest deadlift opener.
I think she's the only sumo puller so far in this class.
Which is unusual.
Yeah. Nice lift.
And that's 157.5 for Jessica Yarding.
So she's probably going to have some fun here on deadlifts now and show her skill and her strength.
So here's her tag for 162.5. We know she's got a big deadlift. She pulled for the win in Halmstad last year.
Yeah, strong, easy open there.
Yeah,
Well done.
very nice. Good lift for Heather.
Gets her on the board. Good opening attempt. She'll take a little jump there, and then we'll see where it goes.
So here's Roberta Carlson, USA, for 165. This is the biggest opener in the 69s. Just a reminder, we have the 63, 69, and 84 plus lifters in this flight, and then it'll be the 76 and 84s. Nice and comfortable.
Good attempt on the board.
So next out is Barbara Clarkson for 170. She's done 190 in the past, so this should be a comfortable opener, but we've seen that she's not absolutely on form today. In fact, 192 she's done.
Wow. So she's just going to want to pull this one here to get a total and go from there. That looked like a pretty easy one, so it's a good call, good attempt.
Yep.
Lays it down softly.
Yeah, that was well within her. She's going to take at least a 10 kilo jump now, I think. So here's Wanda Lewis, Canada, also in the supers. When I say supers, I'm referring to super heavyweight. That's the top weight class for the women, 84 plus. She's also opening with 170.
It's a strong pull for Wanda.
Nice.
Good to see her get on the board. We saw her kind of like hurting a little bit, I think, after her bench presses, but it's a good opening attempt there. Gets her on the board.
So next out we have Lillian Jackson. So she needs this to be absolutely sure of her world record bench. We saw her take the world record with 116 on her opener, extend it with 120 on her second, 125 not quite there, but you know, it was worth a try.
Yeah, it was a good little conversation of what she was going to do, but wow, she's an incredibly strong lifter.
She is. She's done 190 in competition. Now you do find with super heavyweights that there's sometimes an issue with lockout, but all these ladies seem to be having no issue with
lockout
that at all.
issue there. The head referee, I think, gave her a yellow there, maybe for dropping the bar early. I think.
Oh, let's see if we see that back on the replay. I didn't spot that, but I looked away as she put it down.
I think when she got to she dropped the bar a little bit before it got to the platform.
We missed it. Okay.
So either way, she's got the attempt, so she's on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. 2-1 is good enough. She has a world record, she has a total, and she's in the lead. So this is Ali Cosner now. Ali with the biggest opener of the flight, and look how easy that was.
Yeah.
Very impressive from the Kiwi lifter.
Yeah, we'd hate to see Lillian miss a world record by dropping the bar or something as silly as that. You know,
absolutely.
She definitely probably won't make that mistake again in the future. But she's on the board and she's got her record secure, and she's got her total.
So this is, we're moving quickly now. This is already the second round, and we have Michelle Calacio for 110.
Following 110 kilo, Calacio, USA.
So I know that we are into the third round of deadlifts. I'm sorry, we're not, are we? No. I saw them cleaning the bar.
No, start of the round?
Yeah, so this is the second round of deadlifts. When we move into the third round of deadlifts, the bar must be cleaned between every attempt, but the coach can ask, or the lifter can ask for the bar to be cleaned at any time. It's Michelle Calacio, USA, for 110.
She's having a good day, making most of her attempts so far. I think that should be a good lift. We'll see now.
I wouldn't think she's got a huge amount more, though. 5 max, I think. Okay, so she got red cards. So on deadlift, that means lockouts. So that might be soft knees or shoulders not back.
Yeah,
oh, shoulders, I think. Yeah, shoulders forward. That's a shame. The weight didn't give her any issue, though, so hopefully she can get that next time.
She is on the board, which is good, I believe. So.
Yeah. So, Florence Lechese, having probably a worst day I've seen her have on international competition. I've seen her a lot in Europe, though. I've seen her a lot close to home. So this is a long distance to come, and we've seen a few lifters not perform at their best as a result of the travelling. It takes it over you more than you realise.
Yeah, and like, you know, we were talking about this earlier, and we talked about it in private conversation type thing, is when you're coming to Newfoundland, you're not flying direct to Newfoundland either. You're usually going to either Montreal or going to Toronto, so
absolutely.
You have to fly further west and then come back east, and then,
so it's a long journey.
Yeah.
So that was a good lift for France. And we have Terry Redmore waiting to come out for 140. Now, she was in second place at subtotal, and she's all the way down to 4th now. And this is the power of a big deadlift. If you're going to be a subtotaler, you better make sure you're a long way ahead as you go in.
Definitely having that big pull, having a strong deadlift, puts you in the driver's seat when it comes to...
It does, because you can wait for your opposition to do their pull, and then you know exactly what you need to do to get past. So the deadlifter has the power in powerlifting. Yeah. But here's Terry Redmore, GB, for 140.
Ooh, a little hard,
wow.
But she pulled through that sticking point there a little bit.
Now, do you think it's unusual for a conventional puller to be so slow off the floor? Yeah. Usually, you get a big, fast bump off the floor, and when you get all that quad engagement, and goes all the way there. And then
seemed to be the opposite in that situation there, but she did a great job of sticking with it and fighting through.
Here's Louise de Jong, Netherlands, for 140. She's in the 69s.
Good pull. There should be a little bit more there. It seemed like the hips might have come up a little fast, but she got the lift. It should be a good attempt.
Yeah, good lift for Louise. Now here we have one of the contenders in the 63 kilo class. This is Sharon Holmes. Stablemate of mine. We have the same coach. She's coming out for 147.5. We don't train out of the same gym though. She's all the way up in Cumbria.
You were saying about bringing the intensity. She's definitely going to start bringing in a little bit more now here on every attempt. Let's see how this 147.5 goes for Sharon.
It's slow. That's slower than I would have liked to see, to be honest.
Good attempt. She's happy with that one.
Yeah, she's done 152.5 in the past, so she's already quite close to her best. But she's going to need to dig deep to try and push forward for the win. Here's Karen Barry in the 69s. Taking quite a big jump to 147.5. But we said she took an easy opener to cement her
that's
squat
right,
world
yeah.
record. Yeah.
She can up the ante a little bit here now and raise the bar on her second. And that looked like an opening attempt there. So she's.
And
Well
you know
done.
what? That moved her into first place. She's taken the lead from for the first time since squat. I can see some big lifts coming in this class though. It's hard to keep track of 3 weight classes at once.
Very much so.
So do go to goodlift.info for the live score sheet. It'll help you make sense out of some of the numbers. But here's Tracy Seaward for 152.5. She did go up. Risky.
Yep, good call.
But it's worked
That's
out.
right. And you know, like you were saying earlier, like what I do is I would have a conversation with the lifter, and you know, Tracy's very strong and experienced, and it wasn't anything more than just a technical mistake.
And it's context dependent as well.
Definitely. I'm sure she had a real quick conversation with Garrett, and then they made the call, and it was the right call. So well done, Tracy.
Absolutely. Next out, another Canadian. We have Holly Lasante for 162.5. She is in the lead in the 63s. She is 7.5 kilos ahead of Sharon at the minute. So they've both had quite difficult second pulls. So this is going to be interesting.
Yeah. See how much they've got when it comes to thirds when they're going to need it.
But if Holly is now 7.5 kilos ahead,
I don't know if she can get caught.
no, I don't think so. I don't think Sharon had another 7.5 in that pull.
We'll soon find out.
We will. We have Jessica Yarding from Sweden for 167.5 out next. This will move her back into first place in deadlifts in the 63s.
Big pull, 167.5.
It absolutely is.
Am I wrong in saying that she's the only sumo puller? I'm a bit tired at the moment, but I think.
I wouldn't like to say for sure, but I think we have seen a lot of conventional.
Yeah. That's a good lift there, I think, from Jessica.
Yep. And she is back in gold medal position on deadlift. So this is Roberta Carlson, 69s, 172.5 on the bar.
Looking strong and smooth.
Yeah, that's a nice second.
Yeah.
And that puts her in the lead in the 69s. That retakes the lead from Karen Barry. And we have another lifter looking for that top spot in the 69s. Here's Heather Tagg. She won last year. She pulled for the win to go past Karen Barry last year. I don't think we had Roberta Carlson at that competition. Could be wrong. But this is 172.5. Oh no.
Wow, she's thick
Well,
with
she's
it though.
done
Yeah.
it. Wow, I thought
Yeah.
that was
Yeah.
absolutely done.
She did a great job. I mean, as you know, usually with conventional, if you're struggling to get it to the knees, it's probably not going to be locked out very often. But she showed a lot of heart and composure there to finish that lift.
Yeah, she did, and that's right up against her best. She's done 175.
Yeah. Well done.
So I have to wonder how much more she's got and whether she's really in contention for the win now. But she's in second place, so she's done her job. She's got
That's
herself
right.
into that place,
Yep.
and it's everyone else's job to come past now. Barbara Clarkson, super heavyweight, and she's the incoming world champion as well. However, she's not been on form today. She's not done her best work. 180 kilos on the bar.
Yeah, that looks like a good attempt. So she's definitely got a bit more there. Yep. She's happy with that one.
That was a pivotal lift for Barbara, I think, because she was starting to come under pressure from Ali Kozner in third place, who is very comfortable in the deadlift, it looks like. So that's good for Barbara to extend that lead out.
Confidence builder.
Now here's Wanda Lewis, very popular with the home crowd.
This will take her in deadlift from 4th to 1st temporarily, if she can get this. She's got a big pull. I've known Wanda to have a big deadlift for years.
And that's
Well
a
done,
good lift for
Wanda.
Wanda. Showboating as she leaves the platform there.
Every time she's walked off, she's gone back towards the TC, and then Larry's had to tell her, no, you're going the wrong way.
So next out, Lily Jackson. Now realistically, Lily cannot be caught.
No.
She is the new world champion.
She'll just be battling now for deadlift gold as well, but like you said, she's pulled away on total.
Yeah. Oh, now is she? Oh, she's within range of the world. What's the world record? 5:07. So this will give her 495.
Bit risky.
That looked easy though.
Risky. You know what would you do? I mean, put on a world record or confirm your deadlift gold medal. World record as long as you don't lose your spot. I would take that shot.
I would take the shot.
Yeah.
I mean, that was easy.
Yeah.
That was very easy. But she's going to have to put another 12.5 kilos on it.
Yeah, but you know what though?
Because she can't chip a deadlift for a total world record.
Yep.
But here's Ali Kozner, who is
how things
really,
are, she might have a shot.
Yeah, really being impressive with this massive.
Smooth.
Yeah, look at that. I think she's going to be hard to beat for the deadlift gold in the supers.
Yeah. Well, what would Lillian have to put in?
So what does she have? My score sheet's a little behind.
Oh, we'll figure it out anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, she'd have to. I think you know, again, it's obviously a conversation for the lifter and the coach. But if Lillian has a shot at a world record, as long as she doesn't lose her placing in the overall and she's world champion,
I don't think she can be touched for first place.
This might be worth a shot for the world record, depending.
So she's on 495, and the world record is 5:07.5.
15 kilos.
Yeah, that's a lot.
But she's looking pretty strong.
She is looking
Having
strong.
a good day.
But a max so far is 190, and she'd have to pull 200.
Gotta love the sport of powerlifting.
10 kilo PB.
We will see what they decide to do.
Record. You know what? I'd put it on.
I would put it on as well.
On.
As long as you don't have an opportunity to lose the overall. And again, a conversation between the lift and the coach. But
yeah, absolutely.
You don't get to take a shot on world records very often. So when you get a chance.
But I think she has Ariane Kamesi in her corner, so the right decision will be made. Here's Michelle Carlasio. 110 on the bar. And that's a tough lockout. Can she get her shoulders back? I didn't have the best view for it, so... No. You must be standing erect with your knees locked and your shoulders back. So looking at the replay now, it was a tough lockout. She kind of mimics shoulders back, but doesn't quite get the chest through.
She seemed to be in good spirits and had a great day, and hopefully now she'll come back and learn a few things for her next one, become even better.
I don't think she'll have any complaints, really.
No.
Yeah. So next out, Florence Lucchese. She's put another 5 kilos on her deadlift. I think this is going to be a tough one.
120.5 kilos, Florence Lucchese, France.
Last pull of the competition for her. She's had a rough day in certain areas, but let's see if she's able to finish deadlift strong.
She's not gone for it, Lily. She's put 195 on.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
So here's
she
Florence.
can change.
And she's done it.
Yeah, well
Impressive.
done. Shows a lot of heart to come out and finish that way.
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
So she has to go. She put in 195. What does she need to pull?
200.
Maybe a change. I would put it on.
I'd put it on.
I would put it on.
I'd rather pull for it and miss it than not try. We have Terry Redmore out next for 142.5.
And like you were saying earlier, the bar on third attempts, maybe you can explain what's going on here quickly there.
Yeah, they are cleaning the bar between every attempt. It seems counterintuitive that if there was too much chalk on the bar, then you would lose your grip. But if there's so much chalk that it's packed into the knurling, it's the knurling you need to the marks on the cutting into the bar that you need to get the grip. So if that's all packed out with chalk, you can lose the bar. So they're cleaning it between every attempt now to give everyone the best chance. And no, that's just a little bit too much for Terry Redmore. But she took the squat silver and the bench gold in her first international.
Great day.
Finished fourth. So that's a great result. Next out in the same class is Louise de Jong. Bronze medalist in bench. She has the potential for the bronze in deadlift.
This will push her move her from 5th to 3rd in deadlifts. The 7.5 jump, you know, we'll see how it goes. She's having a pretty good day overall, and see if she's going to leave it all here on the platform. Just, yeah, again with conventionals, just once it doesn't get above those knees, it's pretty hard to lock it out, you know. Good attempt. Well done, Louise. Had a good day.
She has. Gives her a total of 337.5. 5th place overall. Next out is Sharon Holmes. Now, I think this is right. I think she can't really pull for the win. She's just a bit too far behind. So she's trying to squeeze another 2.5 kilos out. I mean, I said she'd raise the intensity for her third.
She's a fiery lifter.
But she got the squat silver, she got the bench gold, and I don't think she's going to take a deadlift medal, but overall silver is massive.
We'll see if she gets this. It's pretty hard, you know, when there's nothing really riding on the line to come out and rev and push hard, but yeah, it's
not quite.
Yeah.
It didn't make a difference to any result,
exactly.
so, and you know what? She's had a phenomenal day. It's a great result for Sharon Holmes. Technically, she's not secure in 2nd place, but in fact, yeah, she's under pressure there from Tracy Seaward.
Which would be interesting, because Tracy missed that opening and then jumped, you know,
yeah,
so...
Yeah. So that it's not all over in the 63s. But we're in the 69s now, and this is Karen Barry, squat world record holder. She's gone up another 10, and this will put her back in 1st place with the other contenders in class still to pull.
She's showing some great lifting today.
But she has to do this.
Wow.
Yeah, there she goes.
And the coach is very happy with that. As is Karen. Well done.
So she's in 1st place. It's up to everyone else now to come past her.
That's a nice lift there. A little shaky at the lockout. Under a bit of pressure and stress, and stuck with the lift and finished it.
Yeah, that was a great battle. So now this is Tracy Seaward. If she gets this, she will move ahead of Sharon Holmes. So
Let's
this
go,
is
Tracy.
to swap her overall bronze to overall silver. Lot riding on this one pull.
Hips came up a little high, but
They
she
did, but she's done it, I think.
shoulders maybe. I will see what the referees say. It's a very hard. Like to see her get.
And she's done it. Tracy Seaward takes the silver medal, pushes Sharon Holmes down to 3rd.
Well done. Great job, Tracy. And congratulations to you.
Oh, hey, I've just seen that Jessica Yarding's put a world record attempt in for a 3rd. Wow. We're not there yet. we have some lifts to go yet. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Especially with three of them going on. There's lots going on. You're doing a great job, Joe.
So next out we have Holly Lasante. She's the leader in fact she's won. She can't be caught now. She barring something incredible happening. Holly Lasante is the new M2 63 kilo world champion, even before she walks out to try and take the deadlift gold.
She's a gamer. I think she's going to want to take that deadlift as well. We'll see if she does her job here and gets it moving. Wow.
What a gutsy pull. That's real hard, but it's not going. She's
probably going to get a little warning there. I'm watching the referee smile as she does that, but the rule is you have to give somebody a warning, I believe it is. If somebody curses on the platform.
It's not a great thing to
No.
because you have to remember there's children in the audience, there's children watching the live stream, so yeah, so you shouldn't be swearing. But nevertheless, she is the new world champion. She didn't manage to move into gold medal position in the deadlift. She took the silver, and Tracy Seaward took the bronze. So,
we have a change here?
we're just waiting to see. On the third deadlift, you can change your nominated attempt twice. And this way you get a little bit of gameplay in, and you try and, you try and force someone to go first, or force another lifter to go into attempt to lift they can't do. But now this is Heather Tag for 177.5 to move herself up from bronze to silver overall, and from silver to gold in deadlift. So now the single lift medals are great to have, but the world title is the big prize. So this is Heather Tag. She was world champion last year. She can't get onto that top step this year, but she'd like to jump from the third to the second.
It's just a bit heavy today.
And it's not going, unfortunately.
Good job. Great job overall, though. She had a great day.
So that means Heather is third overall, takes the deadlift silver.
And we can hear the clacking going on here now. We've got a big attempt coming up.
So this is we're in the 63 kilo class now, and this puts nearly 10 kilos on the world record. Wow. This is
it's a big jump, but let's put it on, take it for a ride.
These lifters often have a goal that we know nothing of, maybe a national record or another personal goal, but this is a IPF world record attempt. And it's not going off the floor.
Heavy is heavy. I mean, that's a huge deadlift, but even to have an opportunity to pull for a world record is quite the,
to walk out and have that world record flashing on the screen behind you is just incredible. And she takes the deadlift gold.
And the only sumo puller, which is strange of that many lifters so far. I'm sure we're going to see some in the next flight, but
currently in deadlift gold position.
This is an interesting pull here now for Roberta.
So we have Roberta Carlton now for 182.5, 400 pounds, 403 I think too. She has the deadlift gold, but this is to take the world title. She's guaranteed the silver. This is a world title pull in the 69 kilo class. Karen Barry is on the top step right now. She's looking to knock her down to second.
Got it moving. Let's see if she gets above the knees. Oh.
I think she's got it.
Wow, I think you're right, Joe. I think you're right. Wow.
Roberta Carlson is your new 69 kilo M2 world champion.
Incredible job, Roberta. Congratulations.
Watch that back. That was a slow pull. But there was a lot on the line, and she did not give up. She just kept going.
I think it looked faster in the replay than it did when we were watching it either.
So here's Barbara Clausen. Now we've moved into the super heavyweights. Barbara is guaranteed the overall silver. This is her third world championship. She took the silver in Helsingborg, the gold in Halmstad. Back to silver again in Canada.
That looked like a good attempt. I mean, she probably had more there, but did what she needed to do.
And that moves her up for now to the deadlift silver to go with her overall silver. But we have the three other lifters in class still to pull.
And Wanda's going to challenge her on that one now.
Now this, if Lou accepts it, will put her into deadlift.
So, yeah, we have Wanda Lewis coming out next for 187.5. And this will... I don't think she's picked up a medal so far, so
no,
this will give
hasn't.
Wanda a silver provisionally.
Let's go, Wanda. The crowd is behind her. Hometown favorite here. Yeah, people getting on their feet, clapping and cheering for Wanda. Let's go now, Wanda.
She would like to take a medal in front of her hometown. Of course she would. And I think she has.
I think she has as well. We'll see what the referees say, but I think she's got it. Yeah. She's very happy with that. She's still going the wrong way.
Every single time.
Every attempt, I think, so far. Congratulations, Wanda.
Now,
all your hard work is paid off.
She is not secure for that silver medal.
It can be taken?
It can be taken.
She did her job, so let's see now.
Yes, so Lily Jackson's going to come out for 195. This will push. Wanda is guaranteed the bronze for sure. My score sheet's a little behind, so I'm struggling to pick it up. I'm trying to add too many things together and watch the lifting at the same time.
You're doing commentary and coaching numbers, right?
So here's 195 for Lillian Jackson. I would not bet against this. Her 185 looked super easy. I'm going to ask her straight after this, why didn't you put 200 on that bar and
probably,
go for the
yeah, ask her and let me know, would you?
Yeah.
I'm guessing she's doing it probably because she wants to take that deadlift gold. But, you know, you talk to her and you let me know. Either way, let's see what Lillian has here for this 195.
She's had a phenomenal day today. She's already world champion. She has her world record.
Well, they went 2, but maybe a bobble, but we'll see what the refs think.
I'm going to wait to see what the referees make of that. I'm not actually surprised. I think she had the strength, certainly, but it was just a little bit. I can see Bill Helmick there taking a walk to the jury table.
Have a chat.
Unfortunately, the jury weren't getting the replay, they were getting a video themselves, but here it is.
Yeah, yeah. You know what? If she went 200, she probably wouldn't have had that bobble. So you have a chat with her and ask her why. Either way.
World champion.
Fantastic job.
And we now have Ali Cosner, New Zealand, first international. She's got an overall bronze. She's got the deadlift gold. And she just wants another 7.5 kilos on top of that. 200 on the platform is a massive deal. What a brilliant day she's had. That's phenomenal.
Fantastic lift. 200 kilo deadlift. That's huge.
Absolutely is. Okay, so with all that excitement, we had in the 63 kilo class, we'll just review where we're up to as we load up for the second flight. The 63 kilo world champion was Holly Lasanti of Canada. Second place was Tracy Seawood of Canada. Sharon Holmes of Great Britain took third. In the 69 kilo class, Roberta Carlson of America finished ahead of Karen Barry of Ireland, and Heather Tagg of Great Britain took third place. In the supers, Lillian Jackson put in a superb performance in her first international, ahead of incoming world champion Barbara Clarkson, and we had Ali Cosner have a phenomenal day and take overall third.
What a session. What a flight, shall we say. We're not done yet.
We're not done yet. We have the second flight, which is the 76 kilo and the 84 kilo. And this is Marta Esteban Herranz for 90 kilos. Again, we're going to wait to talk about the rankings till everyone's got a deadlift in. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense because it just changes every time. And next out is Rita Broden from Norway for 130 kilos.
130 kilos, Rita Broden, Norway.
Rita's coming out here fired up for her opener at 130 on the bar. She's had a great day so far. Let's see if she gets on the board with this attempt. Yeah, easy pull for her.
Yep, that's a good lift for Rita. I've just been trying to figure out the team placings as we go along. We still have 2 classes to decide, but if my scribblings are correct, USA is leading the way with 57 points. Canada behind with 45, ahead of GB, who have been taking all the M2 ladies records up to now.
We shall see how things pan out.
We shall see.
Your scribbles are, I can read them pretty good actually, so it's not too bad.
So that was Kelly Gibson Bateman for 140. Good
attempt for Kelly.
Now we think that the real battle in the 84s is Gibson Bateman and Hazel, but we'll see how this pans out. And we have in the 76s, there's no one's catching Mia Ornell really, so the battle is for the other podium places. And this is Tracy Wise, who was very much in that battle with 142.5.
It looked like a pretty small, maybe a little bobble at the top, but
and I'm not sure about the knees locked.
she
But
might have
the
got a little gift on
referees
that one.
thought
Yep.
it was fine. No one needs to please us.
Nope.
If
That's
three
right.
IPF referees think your lift was good,
Then it's
it
good.
absolutely was.
Exactly.
So next out, Maria Graham for 145. She's in the 84s.
Maria's done a good job after a little bit of a rough start on squats, but she's having a good day, and that looked like a solid opening attempt there.
Oh wow, that was super easy.
Well done.
So here's Joy Mineo for 145. Desperate to start talking about the rankings, but it really makes no sense till we get to the second round.
Any numbers you do aren't going to matter until they're on the board anyway.
Good lift for Joy.
So far, everybody making attempts and getting on the board.
Going to keep an eye as well on the best lift reward, because this is the last of the M2s. So that was Cynthia Lyon with 145 and making really short work of it.
Maybe you could explain quickly the best lifter and how it's determined.
Yeah, in any given age class, so this is the M2s, so we look at all the different weight classes and we use the GL points, which is a formula that tries to compare lifters of different body weight. And we score everyone on that formula, and then the highest formula takes the best lift reward as well. Now here's Mia Ornell for 147.5.
Strong opening attempt.
So that is Mia's squat world record solidified and confirmed. And next out we have Helen Toomey. $150 on the bar.
Looking good.
Yeah, great. So that was the heaviest opener in the 76s. But we have two more openers left. They're in the 84 kilo class.
Followed in 160 kilos, Kelly Stoikov, Australia.
Kelly Stoikov is out next from Australia for 160.
Yeah, it's looking like a good opening attempt there. Yep.
Yeah, good lift for Kelly.
We have one lifter left so far. Everybody's making their attempts. I'm not going to jinx anything. Commentary curses, like you said.
So we have Georgina Hazel now to come out for 170. She was the favourite going in, but she's got a real battle on her hands. Incoming world champion. Former deadlift world record holder.
Wow. Looking pretty strong there.
Yeah. Just had a little bit of hesitation getting her shoulders back. But everyone is on the board.
Good to see everybody getting on the board. Now they'll start upping the ante a little bit on seconds and then really push the envelope and raise the bar on thirds.
Yeah, we'll see if anyone moves up the rankings, but so far in the best lift reward we have Christine Rebello. She was a Dutch lifter this morning. She took a ton of world records in squat and I can't remember if it was bench or deadlift, but she did really well. She is miles ahead in the best lifter. But interestingly, Lillian Jackson.
Yeah.
Usually the super heavyweight lifters don't get a look in on formula. Yeah. But Lily Jackson's in second.
Wow.
And Jodie McPeak, also in the 57s, is in third. So we'll see if any of our lifters make significant jumps and start to move into that table. But in the meantime, we're in the second round with Marta Esteban Herranz for 110. 20 kilo increase, and it moved like lightning.
Yeah, there's a lot of determining factors for attempts. There's medals, there's placing, there's overall, there's best lifter. There's an awful lot that goes on, and once we get to deadlifts, all these attempts are gonna.
So we have Rita Broden from Norway with 140, 10 kilo increase.
She's showed great lifting skill and technique all throughout this competition, so we'll see how this 140 goes now for Rita. You can hear the clacking going in the crowd.
It's a great noise, but they don't just do it for Norwegian lifters, they do that for a lot of people. But you find a lot of camaraderie between Norway and Sweden and Finland. So that was a good lift for Rita Broden. There was a blue card failure from a side referee, so that could either be for downward movement of the bar, which I didn't see, or supporting. So let's take a look. Didn't see it myself, but there you go. But it was a good lift nonetheless. And here we have Tracy Wise, sitting in second place right now. 150 on the bar.
Smooth, nice deadlift. She's got a strong pull, looking good there, Tracy. Well done.
Good lift for Wise, 152.5 on the bar. Kelly Gibson Bateman, USA,
So Kelly Gibson Bateman, she started to slip out of contention with her deadlift being 30 kilos behind Georgina Hazel. And she's going to have to defend hard against Kelly Stoikov coming up behind. So here's Kelly for 152.5.
She needs to definitely get this one to kind of keep things going. Looking pretty strong.
Ooh.
A little balance at the top, maybe.
Yeah, she kind of did a shrug at the top. So that wasn't a problem because the bar didn't dip. Yeah. But I think it's something that probably could be addressed.
Yeah, I wonder if it's the footing on the flooring, but I've seen a couple of lifters so far almost get on their toes a little bit at the lockout and having to adjust.
I think it looked to me like she was going, look, I'm definitely locked out, look. Yeah. So here's Maria Graham from Canada for 155. And again, there's no rule against that, and there is a thing in the rules that says if the bar settles when the shoulders come back, that is not a fail. Great pull from Maria.
Yeah. Looking strong on deadlifts.
Yeah. So here comes Mia Ornell. I think it's fair to say it's been a dominant performance for her so far. She's not quite in range of the world record total, I don't think.
Dip and grip, smooth, good deadlift there. Way to go, Mia.
Yeah, it's a good lift.
She looks kind of elated there for a second.
I also favour the dip, grip and rip style of deadlift, but it is risky.
Oh yeah.
Because if you just get that grip slightly wrong,
that's it.
It's all over.
But if you get it right, it works very well. Yeah.
So this is Joy Minio for 155. We're halfway through the second round, so when we get to the second round, we'll just do a quick review of where everyone's up to. But that's a tough second for Joy.
But I think it's going to be a good one for her.
Yeah.
Good job, 3 1 to join now, 155 after the city line, USA.
Cynthia Line now. Now she is really in the fight for podium places in the overall. She's opened at 145. This is 155. We've got Joy on the screen at the minute, but Cynthia is actually... There we go, that's Cynthia.
Smooth pull. I think it's going to be a good lift.
Yep. 160 over Ireland, 2 Ireland. Stoikov and Hazel get ready. Last 3 lifts in round 2. Bar loading. 160 kilos, Toomey, Ireland.
So here comes Helen Toomey. We know her to be a big deadlifter. This is 160 to move into first place on deadlift in the 76s.
Looking strong, looking smooth. Yep. Like you said, she's a great deadlifter.
Yeah.
Well done.
So that puts her in first place in deadlifts. And we have Kelly Stoikoff coming out next for 167.5. She's firmly on the deadlift podium, but she's also battling for the overall.
She's having a great day. I mean, you know, her lifts have been a little grindy, but she's been making them and building her total and getting on the board. Like, same thing. Well done. Great job.
So this is the last pull of the second round, and this, I think if Georgina makes this pull, she's going to be difficult to catch, if not impossible. She looks fairly happy. She looks in.
Yeah.
She knows she's a good deadlifter.
Smiling out there as she gets ready for a pull. Let's see how it goes.
Wow.
Yeah.
That looks super easy. So I think we are starting to see the placings come through now. In the 76 kilo class, in the battle for deadlift, Toomey is leading from line from Minio, but in the overall race, which is the important one really, Unel is leading from line from Wise. However, line and Wise are on the exact same total. And this is going to be on 1 kilo of body, in fact less than 1 kilo of body weight. And then there's a bit of a gap back to Minio, so really I think we're going to see it comes down to second and third place in the 76s, whoever makes their last deadlift. In the 84s, Georgina Hazel has the deadlift gold ahead of Graham, ahead of Stoikoff, and in the overall it's Hazel ahead of Gibson Bateman, ahead of Stoikoff. So this is the third round now, and Marta Esteban Herranz with 120.
Well done.
Yeah, that's a good lift.
Yeah, it's going to get pretty interesting here now with some third deadlifts coming up. It's going to be some good battles,
Definitely
I think.
is, and I've just seen that Mia Ornell has moved herself up into third place in the best lifter race. And she's got 1 pull to go, and she's put a big increase in, so she might be going for the best lifter award.
Wow.
Excited to see that. She's just a fraction behind Lily Jackson. So here we go. It just takes a little bit longer in the third round, as we mentioned. The virus clean between each one. This is Rita Broden for 145.
She's having a great day. Let's see if she finishes off this attempt. Go 9 for 9 across the board. Looking good. I think that's a good attempt. Yeah.
I think it is.
Good job. She's had a good day. Good showing.
So that gives her a 327.5 kilo total and 5th place.
USA, White and Mineo to get ready. Oh, quick change. Whoa,
so I was about to say it was Kelly Gibson Bateman coming out next, but there's been a change, so we're just waiting to see. Yep, it's Kelly Gibson Bateman for 160. This won't move her head, no. Georgina Hazel's out of reach now for Bateman. So she's defending against the third place lifter. 160 on the bar.
We'll move her up to third in deadlift so far. She's showing some good strength and technique, so we'll see now how this 160 moves for her. Hook grip. Looking good.
It's a tough one, but
Yep.
she got it there.
You look good. Well done. She's happy with that one.
I think it'll be a big ask now for the Australian to come past for second place in the overall. But she's going to have a bit of a tense few moments there at the back, waiting to see how this comes out. So we're through to the 76 kilo class now, and this is Tracy Wise. Now Tracy Wise and Cynthia Line are both on 370 at the moment, so she needs this.
She's got to do her
To
job
get
and do
ahead.
it, which I think she did.
Hard to tell from that angle, so wait for the referee's lights.
Yep.
Yeah, so
No question
Tracy
there.
Wise
Well done, Tracy.
moves into second place with Cynthia Line still to pull. Cynthia Line.
Gotta love deadlifts. This is when the crowd and the energy and everything. It's been an amazing session so far, but deadlifts always brings it up. Let's see how things go here now for Joy.
Really do. Now Joy's just been pushed off the deadlift podium. This is 160 to not only to get back on it, but take the lead in deadlift. She's not going to get on the overall podium this time.
She wants a deadlift though. She's got it moving. She can clear the knees.
It's
Strong
a
and steady
tough
through.
Lockout. Now I'm going to wait for the referee's decision on the angle I have there. 3 white lights, and Joy Minio moves into first place on deadlift.
For now. But she can't ask for much more. She
I think
made
she got
the attempt.
every
Yeah.
gram she
Yeah.
could possibly get there.
See Martha there. She's pretty excited, wanted to get up and make this deadlift.
So here's Maria Graham for 162.5. This to get the deadlift bronze.
Let's go, Maria.
Hopefully we will get back to the lifting. There it is.
Strong.
Yeah, very nice. So she has one toe on the deadlift podium now. This is going so fast.
Yeah.
Okay, so
This is the big
Mia
one.
Ornell, she put a big attempt in. She's brought it down a bit. This is 162.5.
I mean, she's having a great day.
It really is.
Yeah, you know,
She's already the new 76 kilo M2 world champion. She has all the medals so far. She wants a
and like
full
you said,
set.
she's looking at that best lifter and deadlift. Wow.
Wow. What a gutsy pull. Three white
She
lights.
can't be much happier than
Mia
that.
Ornell's the
eh?
world
Wow.
champion. She currently has the deadlift gold to go with all the other golds, and she has moved up to second place in the best lifter race.
Some incredible lifting, attempt selection, just overall execution. Everything has been top notch.
So this is Cynthia Line. This is, in fact, this won't move her up in the overall. This is for the deadlift gold.
Fifth to first.
Yeah, and I think that was the right call. That is right on the very edge.
Well done.
So, in the... Oh, we don't quite have all the places yet. Helen Toomey is still to lift, so I'm going to wait for Helen to lift before I go through any of the results. So one more lift in the 76 kilo class, and it's Helen Toomey. This for the deadlift gold.
Going from fifth to first with this pull.
That's how close it's been in this group.
And she's a great lifter. She's been making attempts that are put in front of her.
And she can grind.
Yeah.
And that's an important skill.
Let's see now. Let's go, Helen. The crowd here is getting excited.
She hasn't got any medals so far. She would really like a deadlift one.
Oh yeah. Well done. I think, yeah.
Fantastic. The
Good for
deadlift
her.
gold goes home
Good
to
for her.
Ireland.
Woo!
That means Line took the silver and Ornell the deadlift bronze. But in the overall, it was Ornell from Wise from Line in the 76 kilo class.
This, for Stoikov, will move her up into provisional silver overall and provisional gold in deadlift.
So we have 2 lifts still to go in the 84 kilo class, and that's Kelly Stoikov for 182.5. This is to move up 1 place both in the deadlift and the total.
Bit of a jump, but she's been grinding through lifts all day and making the attempts that are put in front of her. So let's see how this goes. Hips are up a little high. Nope, just too much today.
That's a shame.
Worth a shot.
But it still leaves her with an overall bronze and a deadlift silver.
Day.
So that's it's a nice little haul to come all the way from Australia with.
Some medals to declare back through customs going all the way back to Australia.
Well, you put them in the security so set the alarms off so you can go, oh, what these?
Exactly.
So we have 1 lift still to go. Georgina Hazel, she is the new back-to-back world champion in the 84 M2s.
Wow. Coming out with a big smile. Crowd getting behind her.
So she doesn't need this. She has the gold. She has the deadlift gold. She has the total gold. Do you think she might struggle for intensity for this?
Finished 9 for 9. Perfect day.
And there she goes.
Well done.
Well, an absolute brilliant performance.
Wow. Great lift and congratulations, Georgina. Woo.
And that concludes this session.
What a fantastic session. I'm just trying to jot down. I can't quite get there in time. I can't quite figure out the results in time to see whether the Canada and GB got second or third.
It's going to be interesting,
race.
yeah.
But for sure, USA took the top spot.
Great showing overall. I mean, some incredible lifting, some great teamwork, some battles, some world records.
Oh, we saw so many world records. I think that the Dutch lifter, Rebello, took the best lifter. Ornell was right behind in second place, and Lily Jackson, unusual for super heavyweight, took third place in the supers. And for sure, USA won the M2 women's.
Showing.
It's been an absolute joy to watch that session. Thank you for joining me in the commentary booth, Rob.
It's been a pleasure.
We'll do another one
later.
I can't
wait.
Week.
Thank you so much. It's been so much fun, and it's been an absolute pleasure and an honor to do commentary with you and enjoy these incredible, strong women, the best in the world.
Absolutely. So we have the medal ceremony coming up next. Please stick around for that, and we have 1 more session to go today, and that's the M2, the remaining M2 men. That's at 5 p.m. local time. Don't miss it.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I'll look away for 2 minutes and the ceremony happens. The participation medals are being presented by Sergeant Blaine Bowmaster, RCMP, and Mr. Gaston Parage, IPF President. Great job, ladies. That was a great session. By the way, ladies, while you're all on the platform and I have your full attention, every lifter gets one free photo from White Lights Media. So once you come off the platform, pop into White Lights, get your free photo, and maybe upgrade yourself to a photo and video package. Okay, so it is time to present the medals. We are going 63 kilo Masters 2 category first. In squat, taking the bronze medal with 122.5 from Canada, Tracy Seward. Silver medal with 127.5 kilos from Great Britain, Sharon Holmes. Squat gold with 135 kilos goes to Canada's Holly Lasante. Well done, ladies, thank you. And now to bench press. Bronze medal goes to Canada's Tracy Seward with 67.5 kilos. Bench press silver, also with 67.5 kilos, goes to France's Florence Lechese. And bench press gold with 75 kilos goes to Great Britain's Sharon Holmes. Thank you, ladies. Great job. And now deadlift. Bronze medal with 160 kilos goes to Canada's Tracy Seward. Deadlift silver with 162.5 goes to Canada's Holly Lasante. Deadlift gold with 167.5 kilos goes to Sweden's Jessica Yoning. Thank you, ladies. Great job. And now the overall. Pretty close, this one. In bronze medal position overall with a total of 350 kilos from Great Britain, Sharon Holmes. Silver medal overall, also with 350 kilos, goes to Canada's Tracy Seward. And your new 63 kilo Masters 2 World Champion with 365 kilos from Canada, it's Holly Lasante. Ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding for the national anthem of Canada. Great job, ladies. And now to 69 kilo Masters 2 category. Individual squat medals first. In bronze medal position with 135 kilos from Great Britain, Heather Tagg. Silver medal, also with 135 kilos, also from Great Britain, goes to Terry Redmore. And squat gold and a new world record of 150.5 goes to Ireland's Karen Barry. I think that gold belt was a harbinger of things to come. Well done, ladies. Thank you. Now to bench press. In bronze medal position with 72.5 kilos from the Netherlands, Louise de Jong. Bench press silver with 77.5 kilos goes to Ireland's Karen Barry. And bench press gold, also with 77.5 kilos, goes to Great Britain's Terry Redmore. Great job, ladies. Well done. Thank you. And now to deadlifts. In bronze medal position with 157.5 kilos from Ireland, Karen Barry. In silver medal position with 172.5 kilos from Great Britain, it's Heather Tagg. And deadlift gold with 182.5 kilos goes to the USA's Roberta Carlson. Well done, ladies. Thank you. And now for the overall and time to crown the new world champion. In bronze medal position with 377.5 kilos from Great Britain, Heather Tagg. In silver medal position with 385.5 from Ireland, Karen Barry. And your new 69 kilo Masters 2 world champion with 387.5 kilos from the USA, Roberta Carlson. Ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding for the national anthem of the United States of America. Well done, ladies. Great job. Particularly interesting that Karen's got one of each medal and 2 silvers. I know. Okay, 76 kilo Masters 2 category now. Individual medals for squat in bronze medal position with 135 kilos from Canada, Tracy Wise. In squat silver position, also with 135 kilos from the USA, Cindy Line. And squat gold and a new world record with 165.5 goes to Sweden's Mia Ornell. Well done, ladies. Thank you. And now to bench press. In bronze medal position with 80 kilos from the USA, it's Cindy Line. Silver medal with 85 kilos goes to Canada's Tracy Wise. And bench press gold, wait for it. She's not waiting for it. With 90 kilos from Sweden, it's Mia Örnell. Well done, ladies, thank you. And now to deadlifts. In bronze medal position with 162.5 kilos from Sweden, it's Mia Örnell. Silver medal, also with 162.5 from the USA, Cindy Line. And deadlift gold with 165 kilos goes to Ireland's Helen Toomey. Great job, ladies. Well done. Thank you. And now the overall. In bronze medal position with 377.5 kilos from the USA, Cindy Line. Silver medal overall from Canada with 380 kilos, it's Tracy Wise. And your new 76 kilo Masters 2 world champion with 418 kilos from Sweden, it's Mia Örnell! Ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding for the national anthem of Sweden. Well done, ladies. Very entertaining. Great job. Thank you. And now it's time for the Masters 2 84 kilo category. Squat medals first of all in bronze medal position with 147.5 kilos from Great Britain, Georgina Hazel. Squat silver with 150 kilos goes to Australia's Kelly Stoikov. And squat gold, also with 150 kilos, goes to the USA's Kelly Gibson Bateman. Well done, ladies. Great job. Thank you. Bench press now. In bronze medal position with 70 kilos from Australia, it's Kelly Stoikov. Bench press silver with 90 kilos goes to the USA's Kelly Gibson Bateman. bench press gold with 92.5 kilos goes to Great Britain's Georgina Hazel. Well done, ladies. Great job. Deadlift now. And in bronze medal position with 162.5 kilos from Canada, Maria Graham. Deadlift silver with 167.5 kilos goes to Australia's Kelly Stoikov. And deadlift gold with 187.5 kilos goes to Great Britain's Georgina Hazel. Well done, ladies. And it's now time to find out who is your new 84 kilo Masters 2 World Champion. In bronze medal position overall with 387.5 from Australia, Kelly Stoikov. Silver medal with 400 kilos from the USA, Kelly Gibson Bateman. And your new 84 kilo Masters 2 World Champion with 427.5 kilos from Great Britain, it's Georgina Hazel. Ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding for the national anthem of Great Britain. Thank you, ladies. Great job. And last but most certainly not least, we now go to the Super Heavyweight Masters 2 ladies. Squat first in bronze medal position with 145 kilos from New Zealand, Ali Cosner. Squat silver with 182.5 kilos goes to the Netherlands, Barbara Klaassen. And squat gold with 190 kilos goes to the USA's Lillian Jackson. Well done, ladies. Thank you. And now to bench press. In bronze medal position with 85 kilos from the Netherlands, Barbara Klaassen. Bench press silver with 95 kilos goes to New Zealand's Ali Cosner. And bench press gold with a new world record of 120 kilos goes to the USA's Lillian Jackson. You okay, Lily? Yep, she's good. Thank you, ladies. Deadlift now. And in bronze medal position with 187.5 kilos from the Netherlands, Barbara Klaassen. Deadlift silver with 187.5 kilos goes to Canada's Wanda Lewis. And deadlift gold with 200 kilos goes to New Zealand's Ali Cosner. Well done, ladies. Thank you. And it is now time to crown our new 84 Plus Masters 2 World Champion. In bronze medal position overall with 440 kilos from New Zealand, Ali Cosner. Silver medal with 455 kilos from the Netherlands, Barbara Klaassen. And your new 84 kilo Masters 2 World Champion in her first time at Worlds with 495 kilos from the USA, Lillian Jackson! Ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding once again for the national anthem of the United States of America. Well done, ladies. Thank you. As we mentioned, everyone gets a free photo from White Lights Media. So once the ladies have filed off the platform, pop over to White Lights, get your medals. In the meantime, give these ladies a round of applause as they follow the technical controller from the platform. Amazing job, ladies. Wonderful. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, next session begins at 5 p.m. That is men M2, 105 kilos and up. So you've got about 40 minutes to pop to the bar and go and visit White Lights Media for photo and video packages. See you back here at 5 p.m. sharp. Thank you.